Sergeant at Arms, and as a friendly reminder, do not approach the dais unless your name has been called. Chairs, we're ready to begin.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for your patience. Good morning, welcome. I'm Councilmember Jennifer Gutierrez, Chair of the Committee on Technology. Thank you for joining us at today's oversight hearing on the use of surveillance in NYCHA developments and Big Apple Connect. I'm joined by Chair Banks of the Committee on Public Housing, Chair Salam, the Committee on Public Safety, and Chair Brewer of the Committee on Oversight and Investigations. And I also want to acknowledge my colleagues who were here ready to get the day started. Councilmembers Chio Say, Councilmember Chris Marte, who was here, Councilmember Rita Joseph, Councilmember Vicky Palladino, Deputy Speaker Diana Ayala. And that's it for now. Anyone on Zoom? No, great. 3 years ago, on the very morning of a council hearing on broadband, OTI announced Big Apple Connect. It was presented as a victory for closing the digital divide after the city abandoned the Internet Master Plan. But 3 years later, the shortcomings are clear. There has been no expansion to RAD Pact or other Section 8 housing, no new infrastructure, and no real city-backed affordable broadband expansion beyond state programs. Thousands still left without affordable broadband or access at all. Instead, we have a $40 million a year price tag with no long-term path to affordable internet for thousands across the city. It's like handing out free umbrellas in a storm but never fixing the roof. And most concerning, what was billed as free internet came at the cost of something invaluable, the privacy of NYCHA residents. The truth only came out after OTI delayed a FOIL request 16 times over nearly 2 years, and disclosure only happened after an Article 78 case was filed in court. Again and again, OTI has failed to be transparent, whether through delayed reporting or encrypting police radio channels that cut off public oversight. And when it comes to technology, this administration has chosen opacity. I can't stress what a dangerous path this is. Today, law enforcement eyes are everywhere. More than 30,000 cameras are tied into the domain awareness system. While the cameras in NYCHA may represent only a fraction of that, the difference is profound because they extend NYPD's reach into people's homes. We have to ask, what does it mean for our values, our ethics, and for generations of low-income New Yorkers growing up under constant surveillance? I also want to acknowledge the nuance. I represent 9 public housing developments, and when there are spikes in violence, I understand why residents call for cameras. It's a natural response to fear. But surveillance is not the same as safety. How many acts of violence have happened in our city and areas surrounded by cameras? In my community, we saw crime go down over the decades, not because of cameras, but because of long-term investments in violence interruption programs, anti-gang initiatives, after-school programs, and neighborhood-based organizations working to build trust and reduce violence. So the question before us is not whether people deserve safety. We all agree that we all do. The question is, should low-income New Yorkers have to pay for connectivity with their privacy? Is surveillance truly making them safer or simply expanding NYPD's reach into the most intimate spaces of our city? Today, I want candid answers from OTI, from NYPD, from NYCHA, and most importantly, from residents about what this trade-off really means. Finally, I'd like to thank Technology Committee staff, our attorney Irene Bayovsky, policy analyst Eric Brown, and my chief of staff Anya Lair for their tremendous work on putting this hearing together. I will now turn it over to Chair Salam for his opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Councilmember Yusuf Salam, Chair to the Committee on Public Safety. I want to welcome everybody as well, and to thank my co-chairs Gutierrez, Banks, and Brewer for co-chairing this important hearing on the use of surveillance in NYCHA developments. Public safety, as you know, in NYCHA housing authority developments is critically important. The expansion of NYPD CCTV surveillance, while potentially enhancing safety, raises serious concerns that need to be addressed. From a public safety perspective, our primary concern is ensuring that these technologies truly enhance the safety and security of residents without eroding community trust or creating unintended harms. While surveillance can be a valuable tool for preventing crime and supporting investigations, it must be implemented responsibly, transparently, and with proper oversight. One focus of today's hearing is examining the practical public safety implications of these programs. We want clarity regarding how the NYPD is using live camera feeds in NYCHA developments to prevent or respond to crime. We want to know what safeguards are in place to ensure residents' safety while protecting privacy. We want to know if and how residents are given the opportunity to participate with NYCHA, the NYPD, and other stakeholders in developing and modifying the use of this technology. We want to have a more informed and detailed understanding of how and whether or not these surveillance initiatives are achieving their intended public safety objectives. We want to identify opportunities to strengthen accountability, strengthen oversight, and indeed strengthen community trust. We look forward to hearing directly from the NYPD and NYCHA representatives, residents, and other stakeholders, and to working together going forward. I thank everyone here today for participating in this important conversation, and I look forward to a thoughtful and constructive dialogue. I now turn it back to Chair Gutierrez.
Thank you, Chair Salam. I'd like to call on Chair Brewer for her opening statement.
Thank you very much. I am Gail Brewer. I chair the Committee on Oversight and Investigations. As you have heard today, we will be examining the use of surveillance in NYCHA developments. I'd like to thank the representatives from the administration, the public, my fellow co-chairs, and my council colleagues. I also want to thank New York Focus, which covered this initially in the press. The hearing will focus on the expansion of NYPD CCTV surveillance in NYCHA developments. Last month, as I indicated, New York Focus published an article detailing how this administration is using Big Apple Connect as a program sponsored by the city to provide free internet to public housing residents. I have to say the residents love the program. I'll be honest, I know many of them. I can give you all the locations in Manhattan because I know everything about Manhattan. I don't know the rest of the city at all. To facilitate the connection between CCTV cameras in NYCHA-operated buildings and NYPD's domain awareness system, which I don't actually understand. According to the reporting, with the installation of new modems and routers in the common areas of NYCHA-operated buildings, we want to understand exactly where in the common areas, NYPD is now able to feed CCTV footage directly into its citywide surveillance software systems, stream it remotely in real time, and review footage beginning 30 days prior to an incident, all without having to ask NYCHA for permission. By the end of this year, NYPD plans to connect video cameras to 20 developments, NYCHA developments, through this domain awareness system, which is the department's counterterrorism and anti-crime platform that, without warrants, collects footage from thousands of cameras across the city. A recurring theme of the Oversight and Investigation Committee's work this session has been the importance of the public's trust in city government. Alongside Chair Salam and Gutierrez, in February, we co-chaired a joint hearing of the Committees on Public Safety, O&I, and Technology, examining NYPD's implementation of something really important, which is the public oversight of surveillance technology known as the POST Act. The committee did not hear any details about the use of real-time CCTV cameras under Big Apple Connect. I look forward today to hearing more about it. Alongside Chair Banks, the committee kicked off the session in February 24 with a joint oversight hearing of the Committees on Public Housing, Oversight and Investigations, and Contracts, examining NYCHA's response to bribery and extortion in micro-purchase contracts. These hearings have reinforced the need to hold the administration accountable to the public and demand transparency while facilitating our shared public safety goals, as you heard from the Chair Gutierrez today, and ensuring the security of our public housing residents, most important. I look forward to continuing that important work and hearing about what today both the administration and the residents feel about the current state of surveillance technologies and their privacy implications for NYCHA residents. I would like to thank the following council staff for their work: from the O&I committee staff, Nicole Kata, Erica Cohen, Alex Yablon, and from my office, Sam Goldsmith. I want to thank everyone who worked on this hearing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Brewer, and I'd like to call on Chair Banks for his opening statement.
Thank you to my colleagues and to the chairs, to the administration who's represented here today. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this hearing. I'm Councilmember Chris Banks, Chair of the Public Housing Committee, and I'm proud to join my co-chairs and colleagues here at this important hearing. First of all, I can't help but acknowledge the almost comedic pattern of behavior represented in the circumstances that inspired this hearing. Yet again, NYCHA residents have been thrust into a situation where they must endure the consequences of decisions that intimately affect their daily lives, yet were made without resident input, communication, or transparency. What is particularly troubling here is how NYCHA residents were promised a beneficial service, something long awaited and much needed, affordable broadband access, only to have that essential service become a guise for installing and expanding intrusive surveillance capabilities. I want to be clear here. Security at NYCHA developments is indeed a pertinent issue, and I know many residents would also welcome the increased safety in their developments, but surveillance is not safety. One does not guarantee the other, and our residents' desire for improved security at their homes should not be used suddenly and secretly to place them under scrutiny 24/7. I would also be remiss if I did not acknowledge the fact that NYCHA's population, including those currently being surveilled, includes some of the most vulnerable New Yorkers. And it is apparent to me that most NYCHA residents and even some NYCHA administrators were unaware that their new internet service also meant constant observation by the NYPD. Our public housing residents should not be forced into a trade-off between violation of privacy and an expectation of safety, especially when these decisions are made without their informed consent. For all NYCHA residents, and especially our most vulnerable, we need to do better. Finally, the mayor's decision to expand this program just one day before a scheduled council oversight hearing is not just disrespectful, it's a deliberate effort to undermine the communities we represent. Mayor Adams may like to posture as a dictator, but this is not a one-man show. The City Council is a co-equal branch of government, and while he has failed to grasp the reality over the last 3.5 years, hopefully he can figure it out in the few months that he has left. New Yorkers deserve transparency. Their elected representatives deserve answers, not after the fact, but before major decisions are made. I have consistently supported digital inclusion at NYCHA, and my budget allocations back that up. But I will not stand by while this administration attempts to bulldoze serious concerns about Big Apple Connect, especially when questions remain about its potential link to the NYPD's domain access. I'm eager to hear from the administration about just how this situation came to unfold, and I'm also eager to gain a comprehensive understanding of the present status and efficacy of the cameras and the Big Apple Connect program, as well as future plans for these programs. And I look forward to hearing from the experts, advocates, the residents gathered here today about the current and future impacts of these programs on the lives and well-being of NYCHA residents and public housing communities. I would like to thank my staff, Michael Lambert, Kyle Graham, along with the Public Housing Committee staff, Jose, Charles, Carla, Reese, James, Sierra, for all the work they've put into this hearing. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Banks, and also just want to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Chair Banks.
Thank you.
Yes, happy birthday. Okay.
Appreciate it, thank you.
It's a quick celebration. I also want to acknowledge Councilmember Marte, who's returned, Councilmember Krishnan, and Councilmember Darlene Mealy. And Councilmember Alexa Aviles, qué pena, I'm sorry. Today we're going to hear testimonies from the New York City Office of Technology and Innovation, OTI, NYPD, and NYCHA, followed by testimonies from the public. I want to welcome Brett Sykoff, Chantel Senatus, Eva Trimble, Inspector Anthony Mascia. I'm going to pass it over to Committee Counsel Irene.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. And before we begin, I kindly request everyone from the administration to raise their right hands. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth and respond honestly to council member questions? Brett Sykoff? I do. Chantal Senatus?
I do.
Inspector Mascia? I do. Eva Trimble?
I do.
Thank you. You might proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Good morning, chairs, Gutierrez, Salam, Banks, Brewer, and members of the Committees on Technology, Public Safety, Public Housing, and Oversight and Investigations. My name is Brett Sykoff, and I am the Executive Director for Franchise Administration and Broadband for the Office of Technology and Innovation, or OTI. I'm here today with Chantal Senatus, OTI's Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters, and my colleagues from the New York City Police Department and the New York City Housing Authority, to discuss our respective roles in facilitating public safety enhancements at certain NYCHA developments. Big Apple Connect is the nation's largest municipally subsidized broadband program, providing free high-speed internet and basic cable access to over 330,000 New Yorkers in 220 NYCHA sites. The program is incredibly popular, with 82% of all eligible households enrolled in Big Apple Connect. On Monday, Mayor Adams announced the 3-year extension of Big Apple Connect through June of 2028 and a new $1.2 million investment by Big Apple Connect providers Charter and Altice toward digital literacy programming that will benefit public housing residents. The competitive pricing we secured with both Charter and Altice ensured the maximum benefit for the least cost, including the ancillary opportunity to leverage Big Apple Connect pricing to facilitate NYPD's video integration effort. We defer to NYCHA and NYPD to share additional details regarding their agreement with respect to the program. At OTI, we are committed to bettering the lives of all New Yorkers through technology. We are incredibly proud of our efforts to bridge the digital divide, especially the continued success of the Big Apple Connect program. With that, happy to take any questions the council may have.
You can proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Salam, Chair Gutierrez, Chair Banks, Chair Brewer, and members of the council. My name is Anthony Mascia, and I'm an inspector in the New York City Police Department. I serve currently as the commanding officer of the Information Technology Bureau. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the department's use of NYCHA cameras in connection with our criminal investigations. Video footage in NYCHA, housing, and across the city is a vital tool in the department's effort to keep the people of New York City safe. When crimes are captured on video, NYPD detectives can use that video to identify and apprehend the perpetrators. Even if a crime itself is not on video, we may be able to use the video footage to corroborate key elements of the victim's account or see where a criminal has fled. Sometimes, video footage shows us that a victim or witness was mistaken about certain elements of what transpired. Video footage may implicate individuals in a criminal conduct, and it also may exonerate them. Reconstructing events using video footage can be painstaking work, particularly if someone is moving about. Our detectives may need to pull together clips from numerous cameras to determine exactly what transpired. Speed is of the essence. The sooner we see those videos, the sooner we could bring a killer to justice, identify a key witness, or rule out a suspect. Delays in obtaining video footage are impediments to achieving justice for victims and are obstacles to public safety. Historically, detectives conducting investigations on NYCHA property have had to physically retrieve video footage from a NYCHA office during business hours on a DVD or thumb drive. NYCHA does maintain an emergency access unit for obtaining video footage after hours, but even in the best of circumstances, this process is time intensive. It slows our detectives down. Direct camera access solves this problem. About 10 years ago, under the previous mayoral administration, NYCHA allowed the department to use fiber cable to give the department direct access to some of NYCHA's video cameras. As a result, we have had access to a little over 7,000 cameras across 37 NYCHA buildings. This direct access has enabled the department to solve crimes in NYCHA housing more efficiently and effectively. has improved safety in those buildings. For example, on May 9, 2025, at 8:45 at night, a homicide occurred in a NYCHA building in the 7th Precinct. Because we had direct access to the relevant cameras, NYPD detectives were immediately able to view the video and determine the suspect's direction and method of flight. On July 14, 2025, at 2:30 in the afternoon, an individual was shot in NYCHA housing in the confines of the 3-2 precinct. Again, detectives were able to use direct access to NYCHA cameras to quickly identify the shooters. This past December, detectives in the 120 precinct on Staten Island, with direct access to cameras on NYCHA property, were able to immediately identify the perpetrator of an attempted murder. These are just a few of many examples. The bottom line is that direct camera access eliminates delays in criminal investigations in which every second counts. With the new internet access in NYCHA housing through Big Apple Connect, NYCHA is allowing the department to have direct access to additional cameras without the need to install costly fiber. We have already obtained access to 68 additional cameras. We plan to gain access to approximately 1,900 more cameras across 19 NYCHA sites by November, and we intend to phase in additional cameras beyond that. This expansion of the department's direct access to NYCHA cameras will significantly increase the speed and efficiency of our criminal investigations and will ultimately help reduce crime in NYCHA buildings. I want to emphasize that the cameras to which we are getting access are pre-existing NYCHA cameras. They are not police department cameras. We have access to them, but we do not control them in any way. All of the cameras in hallways, lobbies, building entrances, or other locations outside the privacy of an individual home. I also want to note that the department's access does not in any way slow down or interfere with the internet access that NYCHA residents have through Big Apple Connect. Let me end by speaking as the former commanding officer of the 4-4 and the 4-1 precincts. Community leaders were regularly asking for more cameras because they wanted what we all want, to be safe and to feel safe. They are a critical crime-fighting tool that allows us to uphold our commitment to every New Yorker, wherever they live, that we will do everything we can under the law to ensure their safety. Expanded direct access to NYCHA cameras will help us live up to that commitment. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your detailed testimonies. We got started a little late, and there's many committees and many questions, so if we could just be as concise. First, I just want to start, my questions will be directed to OTI. I want to just explain, I just want to get from you all how we got here. So over the course of 6 weeks, we've heard a few different stories about how Big Apple Connect ties into NYCHA's camera systems. In June, NYCHA said the program wasn't meant to support CCTV cameras. In early July, OTI described it as improving security infrastructure, but insisted PD didn't have live feeds. Days later, OTI walked that back, saying there are no Big Apple Connect cameras. And then by August, NYPD admitted cameras at one development were live with plans to expand to 20. So the story kept shifting. And this is, of course, from an article that I'm pulling. So we went from no cameras to not live to real-time access to one site already connected. Can you explain why there was such contradictory explanations of this program and who is responsible for misleading us?
Thank you for the question, Chair Gutierrez. So I just taking a step back, and I know we've talked about this at a number of hearings, Big Apple Connect is first and foremost an internet program that delivers free, fast, high-speed connectivity to NYCHA
Right, we're being
residents in their
concise,
homes. No, for
please.
sure. But I think it's important just to set the foundation that that's what Big Apple Connect
It was in your testimony.
Yep. And the priority was and still remains connecting folks in their units. Big Apple Connect is, just for clarity, is not a internet connection. It's just programming. We've contracted with Altice and Spectrum 3 years ago, and the program was set to expire this week. And we're super excited to be able to extend the program and provide some guarantee that the service will be there long-term for residents. In terms of the connectivity for other services, whether it's
why were there so many contradictory statements? Why was there like a kind of a, no, we're not connected, yeah, we kind of are, and then PD was like, yes, we actually are currently connected. That's my question.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak certainly for NYPD or NYCHA in terms of the cameras and how they're being utilized, but I do want to clarify again, there's no such thing as a Big Apple Connect camera or a Big
This
Apple
was a
Connect.
quote from OTI staff.
Understood, and that may have been a misstatement on our part, so I do apologize for adding to any confusion. But Big Apple Connect provides service to NYCHA residents, and to the extent that the contract vehicle that is Big Apple Connect can support other city operations, whether it's for public safety or potential other uses that may come along in the future. We would like to leverage the very competitive pricing that we entered into with both providers.
So you cannot tell me why there were so many different responses to this specific question about whether the cameras are connected using a Big Apple Connect program.
I'm just here to set the record straight in terms of how it's being utilized, how it's being implemented. What was said, I apologize for any confusion that may have been caused, but
Okay. I mentioned in my opening statement repeated FOIL requests, and ultimately in Article 78 that was requested to be able to finally attain the Big Apple contract. I remember the September hearing that we had. It was in the afternoon, early in the day. OTI had made their announcement about Big Apple Connect. I had asked for contracts. Again, there were a lot of questions in the beginning. I think I've repeatedly asked for it here on the record. We've never gotten it. And so my question is, why was the contract never shared? I think it's still to this day, OTI has not shared it directly with OTI. We were able to attain it because of the lawsuit, because of the FOIL lawsuit. So my question is, why did we have to obtain it through this way? Typically, the agencies are able to share that with the city council.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
It was my understanding that you were provided with the contract. I know you had asked at 1.4, even the mini bid associated with Big Apple Connect, and we provided that as well. So
We were not provided the contract, no, from OTI. The Big Apple Connect contract, we were not provided that.
okay, my apologies. There's no reason why you shouldn't have been provided with the contract.
Okay, and can you share any reason why the 16 FOIL requests also did not make it so that OTI responded to the FOIL request of sharing the contract, Big Apple Connect
I
contract?
mean, unfortunately, this is the case with FOIL requests. There are many FOIL requests that the agency receives. There's no distinction with respect to the fact that there was a request for contracts. They get responded to as soon as we can get to them. So to the extent that we do have a backlog, it's an unfortunate reality.
I'll let Chair Brewer ask the FOIL questions because she's got a great FOIL bill. Okay, so I'm going to ask some yes or no questions, and there'll be time for follow-up. So did anyone formally sign off on connecting cameras at the NYCHA sites using, whether it's Altice or Charter connectivity through Big Apple Connect, to NYPD? Was there a formal approval?
I'm not certain what she...
yeah, I apologize, Councilman. I'm not entirely sure I'm answering this question correctly, but there was no formal approval. Essentially, NYPD could utilize a modem and a router, just like anyone would have in our homes or in this room, perhaps, to be able to download the information from the cameras. We were able to work through our Big Apple Connect contracts, just as they put in common area Wi-Fi, working with tenant association presidents, property managers, to put them in courtyards and offices. We similarly partnered with the providers, or had the providers work with the team to install it in a room on behalf of the effort that...
But so the access that PD has to the modem and the routers, which are paid for through Big Apple Connect program,
Correct.
depending on the provider. My question is, was there an approval from OTI to allow this access? Is that a part of any process for OTI?
So it's enveloped in the common area Wi-Fi provision of the contract. So essentially, it's the same exact technology, the modem, router, and a coax cable. So instead of doing it in a courtyard, it's in a management office.
When did this integration first begin?
The actual integration is probably in the 2023 area. So mind you, the contract started in 2022, the deployment of the implementation of the program, connecting residents. Within the first few weeks, tens of thousands of residents. By 9 months, over 330,000 residents of NYCHA had access. And it wasn't until probably about a year and a half later that there was surveys being done to see where the connection can be made to support the NYPD effort. But it's been roughly about a year and a half at this point.
Okay. And my question, a very quick question for NYCHA was, were you all aware that this was happening?
By this, do you mean?
That there was connectivity by PD into the modems and routers that were being installed through the Big Apple Connect program at NYCHA sites.
Yes, as part of our MOU negotiation in 2023 with the NYPD, we were informed that they were considering using Big Apple Connect as their internet service provider to facilitate those camera feeds.
Okay. And you all approved?
We were more focused on negotiating the MOU with NYPD on the cameras. We were somewhat agnostic as to what internet service provider they used to feed those cameras.
Okay. Have residents been told that cameras are now connected to NYPD systems through the connectivity through Big Apple Connect?
I don't know that that's something that we would have communicated. Again, our efforts were entirely focused on connecting folks in their homes, doing outreach, doing mailers, door knocking, all those
Right,
events that we
connecting
do.
them, having
Yep.
them sign up, but not aware if if there was any public notice or anything in writing that would have notified them that yes, while they are getting this subsidized or free internet and cable service, there is also infrastructure here that makes it so that PD can have more connection to the cameras, because I know they already exist in some of the public housing. Was anything like that ever shared with NYCHA residents?
Not from OTI's perspective, no.
Okay, and when NYCHA residents signed up for Big Apple Connect services, did they sign an agreement referring transmission of CCTV video feeds to PD? Was there any contract, any exchange for NYCHA residents once they agreed to Big Apple Connect?
No, and they wouldn't, there's no contract with the city, there's no contract with OTI. The contracts or the
Is with
sign
the
up is directly
providers.
with the providers.
But do you know if there's any contract with the providers
Language referring to the cameras or the,
for their internet service?
yeah, so you do sign up, you do provide your name and address, they confirm that you're eligible for the program, and there's, I don't know if it's a contract per se, but it's just an agreement that they're accepting the services, and any add-ons that they choose to select, premium channels, those types of things will be added on.
Okay, but they never, separately from the contract with the direct ISP, they never signed anything with the city, directly saying that this is a Big Apple Connect program, or they did not, were given any information about transmission of CCTV video feeds?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Can I just get clarity on the specifics of accessing camera footage? I know you shared a little bit about it in your testimony. So right now there is an existing process for NYCHA footage. Can you explain what that process is right now?
Okay. So right now what we have are 37 sites that have a fiber connection. Those sites have access through the Domain Awareness System program where we're able to view the video. The change with the Big Apple Connect is that for the Big Apple Connect sites that as we integrate, the video for those videos are actually stored locally at the site. Since they are NYCHA cameras, it's a NYCHA hard drive, it's a requirement that we're logging in remotely into their existing camera system and utilizing that infrastructure to view video at that time and or pull video at that time.
Can you share, I have questions about this, can you share what the existing process is for NYCHA development sites where you are not connected through, or you don't have access because of the Big Apple Connect program?
Absolutely. So the way our current system works is that during business, depending on the location, let's say they're not integrated, they're not Viper, and they're not fiber, our detectives would have to either call somebody on site that might have access.
A NYCHA staff employee?
A NYCHA staff, yes, absolutely. Or go to a location that, for instance, in the Bronx, in the 4-4, we would go down to the 4-3 location, and we would then request video during the business hours at that time. If this was an off-hours request, there's an emergency line that we're able to call, and we'll wait for video to be pulled for us.
Okay, so NYCHA staff basically has to give you some kind of access to be able to see his footage?
Yes.
Okay. And can you share how many CCTV cameras in NYCHA are currently connected to PD under Big Apple Connect surveillance?
There's one site live today. There are 68 cameras at that site.
Okay, one site, and are there, can you share, are there any more intended to be connected through the end of the year?
The current plan has 19 sites to be added by the end of November 2025.
Okay.
That would be a total of 1,905 cameras.
1,905 cameras, 20 sites.
19 sites more.
19 plus the existing one?
Yes.
So 20.
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would also like to acknowledge Councilmember Caban, Councilmember Holden, and Councilmember Salamanca, who is joined us via Zoom. My apologies. Huh? And just to emphasize, Councilmember Caban has been here. My apologies. My apologies. Okay. Can you share the criteria you used to select these ultimately 20 sites?
So the 20 sites were chosen. It's kind of like a phased approach where if we're going to incorporate and send an electrician has to go to the site, there's surveys that have to be done. We choose the sites. They were like consolidated in a way that would be the most efficient to get it done at that time.
I see. I'm sorry. What is the 20 sites that you've all decided on? I'm sorry. What is like, is it crime? Like what is specific? Why are you choosing these 20 sites?
So the 20 sites were chosen, I'd have to confirm, and I'm going to get back to you on that with the exact criteria, because I do not want to misspeak on that. But those 20 sites, as well as the rest of the projected sites, I'll get the exact verbiage of what the ranking was.
Okay. Okay. Are these camera feeds connected to the domain awareness system?
The one inside the newest site is.
And then what about the existing ones where you are, the ones you mentioned in
The
your
37?
testimony? Yeah.
Yes, those are connected.
Okay, so all of them?
Yep.
Okay. My question is specifically now for the Big Apple Connect sites at the end of the year. Where will NYPD officers be able to access this footage? Inside precincts, PSAs, who, like One Police Plaza? Who are the people that can access this footage?
Okay. So the overarching rule for access is covered by our computers policy. You have to access for official department purposes. A regular patrol officer does not have access to view camera feeds across the city.
There's no app on their phone?
The app on their phone it's permission level based. So a patrol officer does not have the access to view what is like, if I work in the 4-4 and I'm a patrol officer, I can't log into the cameras. It's role based and it's rank based. So a sergeant, a lieutenant, a captain, a sergeant, lieutenant could view their command that they control, that they patrol, and a captain has citywide access. A detective bureau personnel, which sometimes could be an officer en route to becoming a detective, they have citywide access to the cameras too.
Commanding officers have citywide access?
Yes.
Is that what you said? And then detectives as well?
Yes.
And is there any instance where a patrol officer requests access to a detective or a commanding officer of the precinct and that access is then given to them directly from their commanding officer?
No, the access is handled by the, here in downtown Manhattan, in the 1PP, Information Technology Bureau. We have permission levels that we set forth across the entire city. The domain awareness system is auditable. We have audits across, we know what everybody accesses. When you play back video, there's a watermark across it, which includes if I play back a video, just to ensure that I'm not recording it, there's a watermark that says my name and my tax number. Anybody that replays video, that we have these security measures in place to ensure privacy of the video.
Thank you. And then for folks that do have permission to the Big Apple, the cameras that we're specifically talking about today, how can they access it? Is it on their phones? Is it a computer at the precinct or at One Police Plaza?
It's all three of those. So the phones have an application that they're able to view camera feeds from. The desktop computers have an application that we view cameras from. And then, of course, at One Police Plaza, we have the same technology as the field.
Thank you. Does any non-PD personnel have access to the feeds? NYCHA personnel, TA presidents?
I could speak for only the NYPD. I'm unaware of who would have access on the other side.
Okay. NYCHA, do you all have access to the particular, like the live feeds?
So NYCHA has access to all cameras except the NYPD Viper and Argus system cameras. Those are only viewable by the NYPD. But the other cameras that are NYCHA cameras we do have access to. We don't view cameras in real time. We don't have the capacity to view live. We go back in time and we'll review based on an incident or situation once we're informed of it.
Okay, thank you. And for PD, when they have access, can you just share a little bit? For those who have permission, they can essentially tap into it and watch in real time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do they need any reasoning to do that?
all computer use should be governed by official department business. So if during an audit or something is conducted, you should be able to identify why you were logging into any camera or playing back video at any given time.
But you are only, a PD personnel is only sharing that during the audit, or is there something before that prompts them before they get access?
There's nothing that prompts them before.
Okay. Okay, I think you answered this, but I just want this on the record. Is there a maintained detailed record of who accessed live stream or video recordings?
We have, yes, if you ran an officer by tax number, you'd see everything that they were accessed.
Okay, are there any other agencies, including state and federal, given access to live stream or archive CCTV footage?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. Okay, I'm almost done. Will NYCHA be able to use this footage to enforce trespass lists or pursue tenancy termination?
We use our cameras to enforce and partner with the NYPD to support criminal investigations. We do use it to enforce our lease as well. So if there's tenancy issues that occur, if there's an incident in a lobby with a resident, we are able to pull that footage and use that as part of a tenancy action.
Okay. I have just two more questions for Ote, and then I'm going to pass it because I know we have a lot more questions. For what cybersecurity safeguards are in place to ensure that the Big Apple Connect camera networks provided by Altice and Spectrum cannot be hacked or exploited to gain unauthorized access to NYCHA residents' internet traffic or CCTV feeds?
Thank you for the question, Chair. You're asking what cybersecurity provisions?
Yeah, so we're obviously, and I know that this is a question for you all because the contract by Altice and Spectrum is through the city, right, through OTI for Big Apple Connect. What are the cybersecurity safeguards to ensure that the internet service cannot be hacked or exploited to gain unauthorized access for residents? This is the concern, right? They want to make sure, I think that there's a lot that we're still kind of reading through the contract that was finally shared, but what do we have in place as a city to enforce with Altice or Charter to ensure that they're not, that residents' internets are not easily being hacked?
With respect to our Big Apple Connect SSTP, we do have provisions that take into account privacy and keeping information confidential. I would have to get back to you with respect to specific provisions with respect to the actual.
But you're not aware of anything specific in your contracts with Altice and Charter about cybersecurity?
They're required to safeguard our user information. However, it would be up to the franchisee, up to the internet providers to provide those safeguards to a customer, just like they would any customer who has service.
Okay, so the safeguards in place that they have with NYCHA residents should be the standard safeguards that they have with any New Yorker.
Correct.
And are you aware of any access that these providers have to NYCHA residents' browsing history, anything tied directly to their data? Are you aware of any of that?
No, not at all. It would operate the same way as you getting internet from the providers, where it's a separate modem with that identification number associated with it, but okay. I'm not aware of anything.
You're not aware, but not necessarily, you cannot confirm that in a contract it specifically bans the access of individual users' browsing histories by these providers.
No, I'm aware that they do have privacy policies that dictate how data is used, which were reviewed as part of entering into the Big Apple Connect agreement.
Okay, so they could have access to personal data. They do have access to the residents' personal data, correct?
At least their names and addresses, to the extent that you're talking about personal data.
Do you know if they have access to users' browsing history? Is that explicitly outright, banned in the contract, or do you have specific provisions saying you are not, as a provider that is contracted with the city, you cannot have access to individual users' browsing histories?
I'm not aware of anything specifically in the contract, but cable providers are regulated by the federal government and there are provisions associated with that in those provisions.
Thank you. I have some more questions. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Areola, who's joined us on Zoom, and Councilmember Rethler, who's here as well. Thank you. I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Salam. Yes, Salam.
Thank you. Actually, I want to start perhaps with the camera vendor and origins and audio capabilities. Do we know who the supplier of the cameras are, the vendors, the manufacturer?
These are not NYPD cameras, so I'd have to turn it over to NYCHA to answer that.
We probably have a variety of vendors that installed our cameras over many years. I have to get back to you on the specifics of the vendors that have installed or the types of the model cameras that we have used, but we can pull some examples of that for you.
Do we know whether these cameras were made in the United States or made in China?
I don't have that information with me today, but we can follow up.
So we would like maybe more details about the cameras themselves, such as the manufacturer, the models, and the specifications. I'm not sure if you have any more of the information, but if not, we would definitely need that.
No, I don't have any of that with us today. And just as a reminder, NYCHA has almost 20,000 cameras across our portfolio of varying age, but we can pull some samples of the models and makes that we use and provide that information.
Do we know if any of these cameras have the capability of capturing audio?
None of our cameras capture audio.
Got it. It was mentioned that the NYCHA cameras are plugged into the domain awareness system. I want to acknowledge and thank you for the response that you provided in your letter to our questions, that due to time constraints, we were unable to ask for the post-act hearing. In that letter, you mentioned that that augmented reality technology integrates directly with the DAS, and that officers using augmented reality have access to all information available through DAS. Would officers be able to see the camera feeds through augmented reality, that technology?
The use of the DAS program, which encompasses a bunch of different technologies within it, is to view video is strictly permission-based. So a general use officer, regardless of how they log into DAS, whether they use augmented reality or the desktop, they would have to have the correct permission levels and the need to use the camera feed.
Can you tell us when the decision was made to link the NYPD cameras, the NYCHA cameras to the NYPD domain awareness system? And when did NYCHA learn that these cameras would be used in that way?
I'll speak to the one part of that would be, from the NYPD's perspective, we've had access going back to the previous mayoral administration, back to 2015, as we started rolling out the fiber sites. Those fiber site locations are within our domain awareness system, and this is an expansion of connections utilizing Big Apple Connect.
Can you tell us also which NYCHA developments were being targeted to have their cameras linked to the NYPD in the future, and when was that process supposed to occur?
So by November 2025, there is a plan to add 19 additional sites, which would be a total of 20. The future phases, a total of 99 more sites, would be, it's not scheduled right now at this time. That would be future phase.
You mentioned about the retention, well, the access to the videos, and what I'm wondering is that does the NYPD or OTI record the videos from the cameras in NYCHA developments, or is use limited to live feed only?
So for the Big Apple Connect cameras, the feed and the video, everything is stored locally at the site, at the housing location. The access and the retention period is reliant on the retention period that's within that hard drive. So you might have it's less than 30 days. It's probably 22, it could be lower. It just depends on the size of the hard drive at the location.
Is it like being written over within a certain amount of time? Is that?
Yes, our camera retention ranges from 14 to 21 days, and after that, it's written over.
You said 14 to
21.
21 days? How has the integration of NYCHA CCTV feeds into NYPD surveillance system directly improved public safety or crime prevention?
The access to cameras anywhere in the city, live access to cameras for us immediately after an incident has occurred, they're invaluable to our daily operations.
How many times has NYPD responded to a crime scene as a result of something observed through NYCHA cameras?
I don't have that data in front of me.
How does the NYPD determine which NYCHA developments to prioritize for camera integration?
So that's something I want to get back to you on exactly what was chosen for these sites and why they put them why we received them in a certain order. I just want to confirm that, and we'll respond to the council with that.
In regards to facial recognition, you testified and also stated in a letter dated in July 22nd of 2025 that the NYPD does not use real-time facial recognition technology. Can you confirm that this is still the case?
We are not running on any of the cameras real-time live facial identification. There's no biometric tracking of any individual. It's a camera feed. It's solely a camera feed.
Will the CCTV footage or live stream from NYCHA buildings be cross-referenced with existing NYPD or NYCHA database such as facial recognition systems, gang database, trespass limits, or housing records to actively identify residents and or visitors?
So the system is not live. It's not live in a way with there's no computer algorithm running on top of it. There's no live facial identification. There's nothing to compare it to that's being intake.
You also mentioned earlier in your testimony that the NYPD can view the footage. Does someone from the NYPD watch the video feed from NYCHA cameras on a 24/7 basis?
So initially for the NYPD, we had what was called the Viper rooms, and we would have officers sitting in the Viper rooms watching those videos 24/7. With the integrations that we have, it's on an as-needed basis that we would log in and view the cameras.
Do we know if the technology has the capability to recognize an image or movement and automatically alert an officer?
These cameras, to my understanding, and NYCHA could speak directly to what's actually on the cameras if they have this ability, but to my understanding, they do not have it. And as a department, we do not deploy live facial recognition or any biometric tracking.
I actually want to just pause for a moment just to recognize that we've been joined by members from Pace University. I want to say hi to you all and welcome to the People's House. Thank you. The number of cameras, you mentioned 7,086 additional and 19,000 more. What I'm wondering is how many CCTV cameras in NYCHA are currently being connected to the NYPD? Is that the total number, or is there?
Yeah. So under the previous agreement with the 37 sites, those are the fiber sites. Those are a high bandwidth site that we ran the fiber connection to. That's 37 sites, and that's 7,118 cameras. That's the previous method of connecting. Big Apple Connect has one site live today. That is 68 cameras. In total, to give you the final stats, what we're looking at, it's going to be 119 sites. That's planned right now for 17,897 cameras.
Will other agencies such as the FDNY be given access to the live stream or archive CCTV footage? And just to give context, the fire department has reportedly used drones for safety reconnaissance on buildings. And it is our understanding that the NYPD sometimes requests access to that footage for its own purposes. Can you clarify whether a similar situation is occurring with the Big Apple Connect CCTV feeds specifically? And are other city, state, and federal agencies being granted access to these housing authority cameras once they're linked to the NYPD system? And if so, under which circumstances and what safeguards?
Okay. The agreement is between NYCHA and the NYPD. The MOU is that's where it ends. Our access that we have is not transferable to other agencies. If during the course of a criminal investigation that we're assisting with, it comes to bear that's part of the investigation, we'd call legal and figure out if this is something that we're compelled to do, our legal bureau within the NYPD.
These sites that these cameras are at, do we have the location? Do we know, are you able to give us the names of those sites?
I have the sites.
And maybe I don't necessarily mean like to list them all now, but
Yeah.
are we maybe somehow later to
Absolutely,
deliver that
sir.
information to us? Yes. How were these sites chosen?
So I don't want to misspeak on the exact prioritization. I do know that part of the decision-making that went into play was that we should do, where we're sending we have to send a survey team out. So in the effort of even just efficiency, it makes more sense that if there's some in Brooklyn South or some in Brooklyn North to survey those locations first.
Are these cameras visible to tenants, or are they like camouflaged, hidden in any way?
These are existing NYCHA cameras. I'll let NYCHA discuss anywhere they're placed.
Our cameras are typically placed in public areas, so lobbies, external, outside areas, and all of our entrances that have cameras are also labeled with signage, informing, all residents and visitors that they are being recorded.
In June 2024, Mayor Adams and the NYPD Commissioner announced the FUSIS program, a camera integration platform allowing private businesses to voluntarily register or integrate their security cameras with their local NYPD precinct. Is this program still active?
The FUSIS program is still active.
How many businesses have signed up?
That information I'd have to get back to you with the exact count.
And also, how can businesses sign up? We ask this because the link to the sign up is currently not working.
Then I will ensure that's fixed. It's to ensure that the businesses are able to sign up that see value in the program.
I think those are my questions. Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pass it to the birthday boy, Chair Banks, for his questions.
Thank you to my chairs, and thank you to the administration again. NYCHA has a responsibility to its residents, am I correct? Does NYCHA have a responsibility to their residents?
We have many responsibilities to our residents.
When NYCHA makes significant changes that impact or affects their residents' lives, does NYCHA typically inform the residents as to these changes?
Yes, we communicate with our residents on a variety of operational changes that we make, policy changes that we make. We are governed by HUD rules that require public comment on certain areas and certain issues that so we put some things out for public comment, so it depends on the policy or issue.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that 24/7 police surveillance is something that affects the residents' daily lives?
It's something that our residents are constantly asking us to improve on. We have, I think, every single time I meet with
Well, we're not talking about
residents,
security.
they
We're
ask
talking about
for
surveillance.
additional security.
Okay. So, but when it comes to surveillance, would you?
Every single resident leader I ask for asks for additional cameras.
Well, did the NYCHA residents obtain give any consent to NYCHA cameras when they were integrated to the NYPD's domain awareness system?
We inform residents that there are cameras on site, and that all of our resident leaders ask us for additional cameras at our sites.
And where residents units were enrolled in this particular in the BAC, were they informed that the free internet that they were getting was also going to be a door to surveillance?
Big Apple Connect is an OTI program, and so I will defer to them as far as their communication about that program.
Okay. Well, since this story was reported, what has NYCHA communicated to the residents or the resident associations about the use of the BAC infrastructure to set up cameras or for surveillance?
Again, BAC is a OTI program, and so I defer to their communication plan.
Okay. Trying to understand NYCHA's broader camera infrastructure. In total, how many cameras are located at NYCHA developments, and how many of those cameras are maintained by NYCHA, and how many are maintained by the NYPD?
So NYCHA has approximately 20,000 cameras across our portfolio. NYPD has access. There are about 3,200 cameras that are NYPD cameras that we don't have any viewing access to. Those are NYPD only cameras. Those are through the Viper and Argus programs. But all of the other ones, NYCHA is responsible for maintaining.
Okay. Does the total include any cameras that are at the PAC developments?
No, these are just the NYCHA portfolio of Section 9 housing.
Is there any coordination with any of the PAC developments when it comes to their surveillance with NYCHA? Is there any coordination?
The property managers for PACT have their own security systems and their own security protocols.
Question to NYPD, is there any coordination with the surveillance or camera systems within the PAC developments?
The PAC developments that we previously had linked, we lost access to.
So if there is a need to review cameras in those PAC developments, is there, you actually request permission to do so?
We would have a manual process.
Can you provide the exact breakdown of how many Viper cameras and how many Argus cameras and how many are standard CCC cameras that exist?
CCTV?
So, and we have approximately 17,700 NYCHA cameras and approximately 3,100 Viper cameras and 90 Argus cameras.
So for the Argus cameras, are they on NYCHA campus? And if so, are they inside the buildings or in the common areas?
All of the cameras are across NYCHA's portfolio, but all of our cameras are in common areas only. They are not pointing towards doors or any areas that have assumed privacy.
And I think it was said earlier, but maybe you can just clarify. Do they produce any live feed?
So there is live feed, but there's no one watching them 24/7.
Okay.
So when we're informed of an incident or a situation, we can go back, if it's within the 14 to 21 days of the storage, and check that footage.
And the Viper cameras, are they on NYCHA campuses? And if so, are they inside buildings or are they only outside?
Again, all of the cameras, Viper and Argus, are in common areas that are not private areas.
And the CCTV cameras, are they on NYCHA campuses as well? And are they inside the buildings or are they also only outside?
Yes, all of our cameras are in common public areas, lobbies, elevators, and then on the outside.
Okay. How many of NYCHA's cameras are operational as of today? NYCHA just closed a $433 million in funding for a PAC renovation project across 14 buildings in Brooklyn. And according to reporting, those upgrades will include the installation of new surveillance cameras. Will those cameras be connected to the NYPD's domain awareness system?
Can you repeat the question as part of the expansion?
Yes, I'll slow it down for you if you need that. How many of NYCHA's cameras are operational to this day? And NYCHA recently just closed a deal for $433 million in funding for a PAC renovation project across 14 buildings in Brooklyn. According to reporting, those upgrades will include the installation of new surveillance cameras. Will those cameras be connected to the NYPD's domain awareness system?
So I'll take the first part of that question, Council Member. So I don't have it as of today, since we printed our materials at the end of last week to study for the hearing. But as of last week, we only had 61 open work orders on cameras. That's 61 over 20,000 cameras in our system that had some open work order that needed some type of repair. Again, regarding the PACT closing, that private developer now will be installing their own camera system, and so it is a property that the NYPD would have to request access to, just like any other non-public housing site.
Okay, so what is NYCHA's level of access to the cameras maintained by the NYPD, and what are the protocols for accessing those feeds?
We do not maintain the cameras that are the Big Apple Connect cameras.
Those are the Viper. You maintain the Viper and
the Viper cameras. We have some Viper that we maintain. The Argus cameras are outside. We maintain those cameras.
Okay.
The Big Apple Connect cameras are the CCTV cameras that are across.
You have access to the Viper and the Argus cameras. Am I correct? Yes. Right. And NYCHA, the CCTV cameras, those are the ones you have access to. Okay. When it comes to signage and notification to the residents, has NYCHA posted signage on all cameras connected to the domain awareness system?
No, our signage simply states that there is CCTV at that site.
Okay. When there are security cameras in a location, is it standard practice to post signs notifying people that they're being recorded?
Yes, all of our sites with cameras have signage that notify residents that this area has CCTV systems in place.
Okay. When it comes to like the private versus public spaces and NYCHA campuses, when a person who is not a tenant enters the NYCHA campus without authorization, would NYCHA consider that person to be trespassing?
I think it depends. I think that's a difficult question to answer. It depends. So there's obviously many guests and visitors that enter NYCHA campuses that are not residents, and tenancy can be complicated, and so I think it depends on the situation.
Well, when it comes to purposes of criminal trespass, does NYCHA treat its property as private property?
Yes, but but again, we're not watching cameras in real time.
Okay.
So if there is a criminal incident that occurs,
Right.
we will look at the footage and determine, what the situation is with that incident.
Okay. In a 2023 MOU between NYCHA and NYPD, it states that pedestrian and vehicle operators using the public space on, and adjoining to NYCHA's developments have no expectation of privacy concerning their presence in public spaces. Is that NYCHA's stance?
Yes.
Help me understand this. Are there developments in NYCHA private property or public spaces on NYCHA property?
There's common areas.
There's common areas,
within
okay.
NYCHA property.
So if it's are there private areas on NYCHA property?
NYCHA is private property in that we don't allow loitering or other activity by non-NYCHA residents. So somebody can't just come in and start a barbecue on our grounds, right? There's ways that we can enforce that. But there's common spaces and then there's private spaces like your apartment.
So if public, how can NYCHA enforce trespass laws?
We have to coordinate with our partners at NYPD on law enforcement.
Okay. And if they flip-flop, does NYCHA's classification of its property change depending on whether it's for the purpose of excluding people versus surveilling them?
We don't conduct surveillance. We have safety and security tools in our toolbox that we use to help protect our residents from criminal activity, but we are not watching our cameras in real time, so there is no surveillance going on. And so
PD is doing the
we coordinate with
surveillance.
NYPD on all criminal activity.
PD is doing the surveillance? PD does the surveillance, you're saying? Would you agree that?
We don't actively just have the cameras on for no unofficial business rule. Like this, you need to be conducting official department business when you're viewing these cameras.
Okay, targeting of public housing residents. The 2023 MOU between NYCHA and the NYPD states that the NYPD's domain awareness system is a counterterrorism tool. Is it standard practice for the NYPD to use their surveillance technology in privately owned housing?
On NYCHA property, so
Yeah.
the domain awareness system serves two purposes. It's a counterterrorism tool, but it's also a crime-fighting tool. We use the access that is provided through the domain awareness system to absolutely investigate and respond to crimes that occur on NYCHA property.
Okay. Why is this technology being used on NYCHA residents?
The technology is, it's a video feed. So the video feed is ingested. Actually, for the Big Apple, it's very different. So for the Big Apple Connect, we log in through the domain awareness system into the camera, where we then view the video feed and or pull it in. By utilizing the domain awareness system, we have our built-in audit features that we're able to control the access to these cameras.
And are there any specific terrorism threats at NYCHA developments to justify this 24/7 counterterrorism surveillance?
So again, the domain awareness system serves two different functions. It's a counterterrorism tool as it was initially built, but it's also a key tool in our ability to fight crime across the entire city.
Okay. Well, why did NYCHA agree to subject its residents to a counterterrorism surveillance program?
Again, it's not surveillance in that nobody is watching it 24/7. We agreed to work with the NYPD as an important partner to improve safety and security at our sites.
Right.
And every resident leader and resident that I speak to, asks for additional cameras and additional safety and security support from the NYPD.
Well, NYCHA is required to track demographic data about its residents from HUD reporting. Am I correct?
Yes.
And what percentage of the NYCHA residents are black?
I don't have that information.
What percentage of the NYCHA residents are Hispanic and Latino?
I don't have that information with me.
Okay, I guess I'll. And I guess you won't have the response for the next question. Are you aware of any similar counterterrorism surveillance programs located in luxury buildings on the Upper East Side?
I wouldn't necessarily have that information.
Is that a yes, no?
Is that my personal information of what I know about luxury buildings?
Well,
My personal information?
I'm not asking for your personal opinion. You
I would
represent
defer to
NYCHA
the
today.
NYPD to ask
Well,
about
then you can
surveillance
answer
of
that.
other properties.
Am I aware of any use of Argus cameras or, we have
Let
Argus
me
cameras.
answer the question so you can give me a better response. Are you aware of any similar counterterrorism surveillance programs located in luxury buildings on the Upper East Side or in Tribeca?
Just to be clear again, this is not a counterterrorism surveillance program. It is, the domain awareness system is a tool that we have that we use to fight crime, respond to crime, and investigate crimes that occur across the entire city.
Well, okay, so is this counterterrorism surveillance system being deployed primarily in communities that are approximately 90% of color? And while similar surveillance is not deployed in predominantly white residential buildings, is that the case?
I am unaware of the demographic of the buildings that we currently have cameras deployed in.
In 2023, there was an MOU between NYPD and NYCHA that states that no one will be targeted based on race. How do you reconcile that statement with deploying this system primarily in communities of color?
We are not targeting anyone by deploying, first of all, we're not deploying cameras. We're integrating with existing NYCHA cameras. And there is no targeting going on. We are responding to crime, investigating crime, and ensuring safety and security for the residents.
In 2023, there was an MOU that also states that in certain cases that the CCTVs, quote, many utilize or be integrated with systems and technologies deployed by other bureaus or divisions of the NYPD. Do any of these systems or technologies include biometric analysis or recognition? And in other words, can you say for certain that NYCHA data will not be used for biometric analysis?
So I'm glad you brought that up because other bureaus use the domain awareness system. The domain awareness system is our centrally located, it's our tool that we have across the entire department for access. We do not have any live facial recognition. We do not have biometric tracking or targeting. We don't have that capability.
Okay. Does NYCHA receive any alert or notifications when NYCHA data is used with other NYPD systems and technologies?
We view the video.
Okay, does NYCHA have authority to prevent its cameras footage or its camera footage from being used in any other NYPD technologies?
We defer to NYPD for whatever tools they use as part of their criminal investigations.
Okay. The partnership between the NYPD and NYCHA, has the NYPD obtained warrants in its 24/7 surveillance of NYCHA properties?
Have we obtained warrants to produce video?
Yeah.
Because that's what it'd be. If we were served with a warrant, we'd be guided by our legal bureau on how we proceeded.
Okay. And is the MOU between NYCHA and NYPD that was signed back on September 16, 1994, is that still in effect?
I am unaware of the details of that MOU. I'd have to confer with my legal bureau on that.
Okay.
It's in 1994, correct, sir?
Yes, September 16, 1994. I want to also touch on this, and then I'll hand it over to my colleague. The Mayor's Office Action Plan, Neighborhood Safety, which we know as MAP. Can you provide us with an update on the MAP program? This is for NYCHA.
Yes, the Mayor's Action Plan program included CCTV and layered access doors at 16 developments. All MAP projects were completed in 2023, and I believe the project details are publicly available on our website.
Okay. In 2015, the Manhattan District Attorney announced an $89 million upgrade to connect the MAP site cameras to the NYPD's Lower Manhattan Security Initiative. Did this connection ever occur?
LMSI is how we connect. We connect through LMSI. It's part of the DOS program, too. So the cameras get connected. So I imagine that's through part of the previous administration's agreement, between 2010 and 2019, we networked 37 sites through fiber connections.
So these cameras are still connected to the NYPD system as of today?
Yes.
Okay. And were residents at the MAP developments, were they notified that they might be monitored through this counterterrorism network?
The notification process would be through NYCHA, but again, this is not a counterterrorism tool in that respect. It's not part of a counterterrorism surveillance program.
NYCHA, what is the NYCHA's level of access to those cameras and the live feed?
We have access to all the cameras that are not Viper or Argus.
Okay, and are the MAP-funded cameras currently integrated with the domain awareness system?
I'd have to check whether those cameras at those 16 sites are a part of the cameras that we have in the MOU.
Yeah,
I don't know if you...
we'd have to just double check, because we have the MOU of the 37 sites that we mentioned in the beginning of our presentation to see which ones exactly are part of that program.
Okay, and does NYCHA plan, is there any plans to expand MAP? And if so, does those plans include installing cameras and upgrading existing cameras to connect to the NYPD system?
There's no more additional funding through the MAP program for cameras, and all of our cameras that we install now are funded by City Council or Borough President or other elected officials that provide us funding to support our camera programs.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to...
Thank you, Chair Banks.
Thank you.
I want to acknowledge we've been joined by Council Members Juan and Botcher. Next, I want to call up Co-Chair Gail Brewer.
Thank you very much. A couple of issues. First of all, just all residents do want more cameras, but I think they'd like to know that if they're getting what I consider free internet television that is connected. Did the tenant associations or individuals who have that service, did they get notified about the connection between them and the cameras and the surveillance, so to speak?
I defer to my partners at OTI regarding the Big Apple.
I don't know, was it just, I happen to know they did not, but go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Brewer. And just to be clear, again, I often misspeak. There's no Big Apple Connect camera, there's no Big Apple Connect infrastructure, there's no Big Apple Connect cables. It's a program name that refers to a contract that we signed with providers to provide free service ultimately to NYCHA residents. So there's just no natural synergy between the Big Apple Connect program, the service that's being provided to the residents, and how other agencies might use and leverage the aggressive competitive pricing that we negotiated for other services, such as to help facilitate the network that supports the existing cameras for NYPD.
Okay, even that explanation wasn't provided to residents who have the service, is what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm just saying that's a mistake, because NYCHA residents are super smart, particularly those who are the TA leaders. And I think they would have liked to know that, because my understanding is up to now, nobody knew until the New York Focus and others found out. So I'm just saying, in the future, sunshine is better than secrecy, and it would be good to tell people, and they could decide whether I assume they still want the free service, but I think they'd like to know what it means. That's a mistake, if I may say, and it's across all agencies. It's not just you. I assume there was a discussion, and then somebody decided not to share that information.
No, and to be fair, Chair Brewer, there's no condition for getting the free service, right? Residents are entitled to it. They live at the development. This is a program that the cameras existed. Residents are as NYCHA mentioned, are well aware of the cameras, the signage posted. There's an effort by NYPD to gain access to for their public safety purposes, and they're just, instead of using a protracted, expensive method to get that, they're leveraging the Big Apple Connect.
I understand that. I'm just saying it would have been nice to explain that to people so that they understand the connection. That's all. Because before, it's standalone cameras with those that are have some kind of crime and they have to go back and get the footage. I believe in sunshine, and I think that the administration should do the same. Second question is about the Post Act. So my question is, how do you feel, because it's had several amendments, as I'm sure you know, how do you feel that you are in compliance with the Post Act or not in terms of this program?
This program only changed the method by which we access the cameras. Any disclosures through the Post Act, we work closely with the Legal Bureau to ensure we're in compliance. I would say confidently that we are in compliance with the notification process that is required through the Post Act.
So you feel like there's no need to do more in terms of the Post Act?
I feel like I'll answer any questions for transparency reasons that you might have to understand that what information gaps that there might be. But the only thing that changed by integrating the NYCHA cameras through Big Apple Connect was the method by which we integrated these cameras.
Okay. My other question is, what could you provide us, not today, because you've given quite a few numbers. I got the 20,000, I got the 3100 Viper, I got the 90-something, I got the 68 cameras for the Big Apple at one site, et cetera. So I'm wondering if you could, as a group, provide to the committee chair the listing of information that is, those numbers to me don't add up. So I'm just wondering, you could provide that, I assume. Somebody could.
We'll provide that after the
Okay.
hearing.
The other question I have is, you mentioned in your material that there were 3 incidents where these systems have provided support in terms of criminal activity. Do you have, maybe this has been asked, but I didn't get a clear answer, what exactly, how many times it's been helpful? How is it differently helpful than those that are basically standalone and have to be retracted or reviewed later? How is this system helping you seriously with criminal activity that could be curtailed?
Okay, absolutely. So to give it a hard number, obviously we don't have a hard number with us right now.
But you can get it to us, please, because otherwise it's just 3 examples.
To speak to the use of cameras, the NYCHA cameras or Argus cameras that we are blessed to get from funding, they give us the ability that when somebody calls 911, we're immediately able to log into to our systems on our phone or on our desktop if needed, and immediately see, one, live what's going on right at this moment, because remember that our phones we have such a quick notification process that as somebody's talking to the 911 operator, we're getting a text that there's a robbery in progress. Okay. We're able to quickly log in and immediately see exactly what's going on. Maybe we just see 2 people running away, maybe we still see the robbery in progress. But the ability to live feed, and then after the fact, to play it back to see what we might have missed, is an unbelievably valuable tool for our crime-fighting purposes.
Okay, so that's in the however many sites that you have those individual type of, and otherwise it's part of the NYCHA system. My question is, what kind of, you really do feel that in those locations where you have these cameras, it's safer, as opposed to what I would consider the NYCHA only cameras? It's actually, have you seen an improvement in the quality of life for those residents where those cameras exist?
Statistically, again, I don't want to misspeak on it.
No, I understand that.
but to have the camera systems in place to ensure fair outcomes, to truly know what happened at a reported incident, again, it's crucial for law enforcement. And to be honest, when we prosecute cases, it's what's expected that we do video canvases and we try to get video of exactly what happened.
Okay, I understand that. I'm just saying we're all concerned about the issue of surveillance, even though you might call it something else. And that's why I'm asking, is it really something that is, you obviously the process is better, but then at that campus, at that development, is there really an improvement? That would be something that I would think NYPD or NYCHA would evaluate, because it would the residents who are in some cases pleased with the cameras and pleased with the free service might also like to know that it's seriously improving security. But at the same time, those of us who are concerned about overall over-surveillance would also like to know that, because maybe that's not making an improvement. You got to help the public understand a little bit better. I know you just worry about the those that are concerned about security, and I got that. But you also have to think a little bit more about the overall, what you're doing to have such incredible knowledge about people's comings and goings. People are concerned about that.
I appreciate your concerns.
Okay. And the second thing is, how do you decide? Like, is it the entire lobby, the entire elevator, or does it depend on funding as to where you put these cameras? I know how it works for the NYCHA ones. If either the NYCHA pays for it, or sometimes those of us from Reso A funds. But in this case, like, how do you decide where the cameras go, et cetera? Or who decides that? Is that you? Is it NYCHA?
Well, the cameras that are utilizing Big Apple Connect were the pre-existing NYCHA
I understand
cameras.
that. But do you
So the
add
decision-
more?
No,
You
the
didn't
decision-
add more?
We did not add more. The decision of where they're placed was made previously by NYCHA.
Okay. Do you how you said 30 to 90 days? Is that how long the footage is retained? How does that work?
No, we do our video for
your
Big Apple Connect is reliant on the servers and the hard drives that NYCHA systems have.
Right. So there's no end to the archiving.
Our footage is stored for 14 to 21 days, depending on the system.
So you're talking also about the footage from the Big Apple also? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Again, it's just NYCHA cameras.
I understand that. So,
And it's our network and our servers, and so it's 14 to 21 days,
so all the cameras are 14 to 21 days?
Yes.
Even if it's the Big Apple cameras?
regardless of who's accessing them.
Okay, so that's 14 to 21, and then it's archived or deleted, I assume?
It's deleted.
Deleted, okay. The other question I have is about, net neutrality. Do the ISPs that are part of the Big Apple Connect program adhere to net neutrality principles?
Thank you for that question, Councilman Chair
It's
Brewer.
been a lot of years on net neutrality. Go ahead.
I'm not aware of. I actually don't have an answer at this time. I'm happy to get back to you with respect to this, though.
Okay, that would be important for me, for sure. The other issue is, does this information, as we heard earlier, nothing gets shared with any other agencies? We're all panicked about federal agencies, for instance. I assume none of this information is shared with any other agency, state or federal?
The NYPD does not engage in any civil enforcement.
Okay, all right. How did the two agencies, meaning government, private sector, Spectrum or Charter and Alice, how did they get selected? Was that just based on an RFP?
That was based on a mini bid between our providers who are also part of our enterprise agreements. So essentially, it was a mini bid between Verizon, Altice, and Charter, and there were specifications laid out with respect to what we wanted for the NYCHA program.
Okay. On FOIL, which is my favorite topic, I think that the People's Choice filed a request to produce copies of the contract and access to and copies of communication with the companies that you just mentioned. But I guess the question was the documents to People's Choice for about 2 years, and then there was an Article 78. I think we talked about this a little bit, but why does it take so long to produce the documents when they were initially requested? And why didn't OTI discuss the surveillance component, the question that I asked earlier, prior to the reporting from New York Focus? That's
Okay. So your initial question
was about the
Chair
FOIL.
was about the FOIL. I mean, again, just going back to how many FOIL requests agencies receive on a daily or weekly basis, was just one of another FOIL request one of the many FOIL requests that our agency receives. So to the extent that it was specifically for the Big Apple Connect-related contracts, that didn't, unfortunately, make a difference with respect to the speed with which we were responding to our FOIL requests.
How long does it normally take you? Obviously, it depends to respond to a FOIL. There is a law as to how long you have, and then, of course, if you need extensions. How long does it usually take you?
I would have to come back to you with that information.
Okay, just so you know, we're trying to pass a law to make it clearer to the public on FOIL, just FYI. And then the second part was about the surveillance and disclosure, which you sort of answered earlier, but go ahead.
Just to step back, our mini bid with respect to Big Apple Connect is essentially based on our telecommunications enterprise agreements. They're umbrella agreements that we negotiate for the city for use by mayoral and non-mayoral agencies. So taking that step back, this particular mini bid was for the Big Apple Connect program. So that's what was in the agreement. To the extent that you're talking about surveillance, we essentially fulfilled like one of our core missions, providing infrastructure to other agencies, the same way we provide telephones. To the extent that this agreement had language that was broad enough to allow for those connections, we were able to use it and save costs for the city.
Okay. And that had to do with all right, that's the answer that you have. Okay. On Wi-Fi capabilities, is Wi-Fi available in each apartment through a router, or do residents typically connect directly via a wired connection? How does that work?
Yeah, great question, Councilmember. Every unit, all 125,000 households that are enrolled in Big Apple Connect have a direct wired connection. It's coax and a hybrid kind of fiber thing that goes to everybody's unit. They can plug directly into a computer, or they have the modem and router, which allows them to use the Wi-Fi in their units.
Okay. Do the Wi-Fi routers detect human movement, even though obstacles such as drywall, fences, or concrete walls function in effect like cameras inside the home with the ability to see through the walls? I asked this because there are different systems, and I just didn't know which ones are used at NYCHA. NYCHA developments typically have very thick walls. How does that work for NYCHA?
Yeah, so the modems and routers are like every other modem and router they would install at any unit, whether it's any apartment, whether it's NYCHA or anywhere else in the city that provides Wi-Fi connectivity. Beyond that, and both providers do provide support if there is a signal that's not getting around a turn or into a back bedroom. They'll be able to provide an extender to help enable them. But anything else that you described, I'm not familiar with any detection of movement capabilities.
Okay. And I just want to be very clear. When this CCTV video feed was accessible to the NYPD, I assume there was nothing, even in fine print. I don't read fine print. I'm one of the worst consumers. But there was nothing in that sign-up for the CCTV that indicated that there was relationship with NYPD via the cameras. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, I mean, essentially, when we offered the program to NYCHA residents, we let them know, too, that common area Wi-Fi hotspots would also be available. We work with tenant association presidents, property managers, to see, if they want that in their community, and where they would like that to be, whether it's in a courtyard or a playground, or other common area spaces, or in some cases offices if they're used for community purposes. And so that all that information has been disclosed, and all residents.
But it wasn't
fully
something
aware.
that they signed a piece of paper when they signed up stating, we know that this is also, for better or for worse, accessing and enabling NYPD to see the feed. That wasn't part of the sign up.
No, that wouldn't have been.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. No.
Thank you so much, Chair Brewer. We are going to go right ahead to member questions. Councilmember Caban.
So excited. 4 chair hearings, it's tough. Good morning or afternoon. I want to start here. Which agencies besides NYCHA have cameras that the NYPD can currently monitor in real time?
So other agencies besides NYCHA that we can monitor in real time, we have other agreements with different stakeholders across the city where we have MOUs.
Can you just name the agencies? I only have limited time. Just name the agencies.
I don't want to leave any out, and I don't want to misname
Okay.
them. We provide you that after the hearing.
Oh, well, can you name the ones that you know at least to get us started, and then you can provide the rest later? Like, who else?
I am unable to provide you any.
You don't know who else?
Like that that are official agencies that we have access to the camera.
Okay. Given the topic of the hearing, I would have hoped you'd come with that information. What policies, if any, are in place to ensure that officers aren't using their access to NYCHA cameras to monitor or investigate First Amendment protected activity?
So all usage of the cameras is completely auditable. It's for official department business and official department use. So,
but what policies are in place to ensure that officers aren't accessing them to investigate First Amendment protected activity?
so officers would not be investigating First Amendment protected activity in that manner. You're describing a situation that.
I'm gonna push back on that for a second, because we know for a fact, for example, that when you talk about counterterrorism work, when you talk about the SRG's work, that is connected to protest activity, which is related to First Amendment activity, right? And so this is complicated stuff, and so that's why I'm asking, where's the training around this, especially when, because you said these cameras, you only access them for crime fighting, right? And there's a lot of things that you would consider crime fighting that maybe some of us would not agree on. But to take it as an example, under your definition of crime fighting, we know that at a previous hearing, the NYPD testified and acknowledge that, for example, in SRG training materials, they defined quote-unquote violent groups and gave the examples BLM, Black Lives Matter, anti-Trump demonstrations, and Occupy Wall Street, right? And so based on those definitions in your own training and connecting that to the work of counterterrorism and some of the protest-related work that the SRG does, you make that connection, and there's an argument that at some point your officers could be fighting crime by accessing NYCHA, and they're maybe crossing a line going into an area that's actually protected speech, right? So what I want to know, because this is a really important thing, and we're seeing it run over at every level of government, are there policies in place that ensure that officers know the difference and whether they're monitoring or investigating a First Amendment protected activity?
All officers, whatever their role is within the department, which I have not been through the SRG training, I did not watch that hearing, are guided by whatever they're doing with this camera access. If they have the permission level to have the access, that is within department guidelines and conducting official department business.
So what do the guidelines say about First Amendment protected activity? How is it defined? Is there a section on it?
Well, in preparation for this hearing, that wasn't one of the items for discussion.
Okay.
It was for
I mean,
the
this is
camera
about
integration.
surveillance in NYCHA communities, and that would include surveillance of First Amendment protected activity. I really don't buy that, but I'm going to move on. Which external actors, government or private, have been given access to NYCHA surveillance footage since January 1st of 2025?
Our agreement is strictly with NYCHA. Anything outside of NYPD, NYCHA access, would have to be run through the legal bureau for anybody else to even see the footage.
Okay, but if let's say it gets run through the legal bureau, who else has had access after that process since January 1st, 2025?
I'm unaware of that information.
Can you get that information and give it to us?
We do not actively give access to anyone else besides the NYPD.
I mean, you said, for example, that you do civil immigration enforcement, which means...
No. Let's be very clear. The NYPD does not engage in civil immigration enforcement.
I mean, I'm sorry, criminal, and you do not do civil... I misspoke. But based on your testimony that you don't do civil immigration, you do cooperate with the feds on federal immigration, on
when
criminal...
required by law,
yes.
we cooperate.
Yes. So I'm asking, so you're telling me that the answer to the question as to whether you have given any NYCHA surveillance footage to any external actor, the answer is no.
The answer is going to be the same when required by law, and I would confer with my legal bureau.
Okay, and so after conferring with legal, who has gotten access?
We do not have that. I don't have that information for this hearing.
Okay, can you get it for us? Can
I'll
I
have
ask
to
a few more
confirm with
questions, chairs? Thank you. Yeah, I mean, your answer does not make sense. Like, that is just, it's not plausible. It's not believable. What's the process for giving, I know you just said you don't do it at all, but what's the process for giving federal agents access to NYCHA camera feeds? What's the process?
All access is within NYPD official department guidelines, and it's required.
What are those guidelines?
When required by law, we would confer with our legal bureau to figure out if whatever they're producing is enough for access. It's all through legal bureau. I would have to confer.
Okay. So that's a little bit different of an answer that you just gave. So how many times has that happened since January 2025?
I think you're asking the same question again.
Yeah, but you gave a different answer, and so
No,
that's why
I
I'm
think
asking
we've
the question
changed
again.
The stem of the question. I'd have to confer. That's not information we have, and I'd have to confer with legal bureau on that.
Okay, the last thing I'll say, I mean, no, you know what, I've covered, I've taken over past my time, but thank you, chairs.
Thank you, council member. Next, we have council member Juan for questions.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chair Gutierrez. I want to drill down on some of the questions that my colleagues have already asked. Could you help me understand, so the way that we have surveillance cameras all throughout the city right now on public land, such as the subway stops, bathroom in a public park, street light on a public street, can you help me understand, so if NYCHA is publicly owned land, does it fall under the same legal requirements and regulations as the way that you install cameras in a subway or any other publicly owned land?
I just want to clarify that NYCHA is not publicly owned land. NYCHA is not public property, it is private.
So who has the ownership of NYCHA?
NYCHA.
So NYCHA is a quasi-federal state city agency? How would you identify NYCHA?
Our property is deeded through a deed of trust with HUD.
So it's federal?
It's private.
Okay, but HUD is a federal agency?
Yes, it's our source of authorization, but we are not public land.
Okay, so if it's privately owned land, can you help me understand the regulations that are currently in place legally on when you are installing cameras that will be routed or used by NYPD, a city agency?
We install our cameras, and we have worked with our partner with NYPD to allow increased access in order to help facilitate criminal investigations.
For NYCHA, when did you start installing cameras on your properties? I assume it was before Big Apple Connect.
We've had cameras on our property for decades. I'm not sure how long. We've had an MOU with NYPD since at least 2014. I understand maybe it goes back to 1994, but this is a long-standing relationship. It is far predated from Big Apple Connect.
So now the only difference is that your cameras are utilizing the Wi-Fi that Big Apple Connect provides?
That is correct. Previously, they used a different internet service provider.
Okay, so there isn't a change in your surveillance of NYCHA properties?
Again, we don't surveil NYCHA properties. We use cameras to enforce criminal activity and help improve our safety and security for our residents.
Okay, but you've been doing it for a very long time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, council member. The chairs, we're going to do a second round of questions for chairs. I'm going to call up council member Banks.
Thank you, chairs. Dealing with NYCHA's privacy policy, when does NYCHA's privacy policy? I'm sorry about that. Where can you find the public? Can the public view NYCHA's privacy policy? Sorry about that.
NYCHA's privacy policy is established by HUD in Public and Indian Housing Notice 2015-06.
Where can the public view it?
You can look up that notice on HUD's website.
Okay. How often do you update the privacy policy?
I have to check the last time it was updated. I will find out for you.
And when does NYCHA's private policy apply?
I mean, NYCHA's privacy policy establishes written standards to be used by NYCHA employee, consultants, and vendors with respect to personally identifiable information, or PII, in our records.
So, okay. So does the NYCHA's privacy policy apply to the RAD-PAC developments and also to the trust?
Our RAD-PAC developments are under management of a private property management operation, so our policy does not, our NYCHA policy does not pertain. However, the PAC program is still governed by HUD regulations and would still be governed by, I believe, many of these HUD privacy policy notices,
So does NYCHA
including
require...
protection of PII.
Okay. So does NYCHA require PAC partners to develop their own privacy policies? And does NYCHA, do you review these policies?
I'd have to check with our real estate development team on that.
Okay. We'd like to get clarity on that. Are residents consulted during during the development or upgrading of NYCHA's privacy policies?
Our privacy policy is dictated by HUD regulations, and that is the
I said,
source
are
of
the
our
residents
policy.
consulted? That's the question. Are residents consulted during the development or updating of NYCHA's privacy policy?
To the extent that HUD rules and regulations go through public comment, then NYCHA residents
update them.
may comment on that.
Okay. Where do NYCHA residents go if they feel that the privacy policy is not being followed or is being violated?
Residents can contact our compliance department if they have any concerns that NYCHA is not conforming to any of our required compliance.
And during the recertification, when they're doing their recertification, do residents receive a copy of this privacy policy?
I'd have to check on that.
Under NYCHA's privacy policy, NYCHA's law department reviews all requests for personally identified, what they call PII disclosures on a case-by-case basis. Was NYCHA's law department involved in the decision to integrate the BAC camera live feeds into the NYPD's domain access awareness system?
Again, there's no such thing as a BAC camera. NYCHA has CCTV camera systems and we entered into an MOU with NYPD originally back in 2015 and amended again in 2013. And as the law department, they are the primary drafters of any legal agreements. So yes, they were aware of our legal agreement with NYPD.
Okay. How does NYCHA ensure that video footage is disposed of securely?
I defer to NYPD for the chain of custody regarding any video footage that is turned over to NYPD.
The CCTV cameras that are accessed through the Big Apple Connect, the data is stored locally on the CCTV hard drive at the location. Any video footage that is downloaded as part of a criminal investigation is retained as per the guidelines that we are held to legally for the retention of those documents.
Okay. NYCHA is exempt from the city's citywide privacy protection policies and protocols. Is that correct?
I'd have to check on that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I guess is NYCHA open to publishing any annual transparency report detailing camera functionality, law enforcement access, and data sharing practices?
I'm happy to talk further with you about future disclosure and transparency reports that you'd like to see from NYCHA.
Okay. Are residents informed that their images are being captured on surveillance cameras and that may be shared with law enforcement agencies without their warrant?
Again,
Or
as
without
I've
a
mentioned
warrant?
before, all of our lobbies that have cameras are noted with signage that there are cameras in place.
So, okay. And do you believe public housing residents should have an expectation of privacy in their homes?
Yes, and they do have privacy in their homes. We are only having camera footage in public common areas.
Okay. And I just want to back up when it comes to the RAD Pack converted developments and their security apparatus. I just want to get clarity as to NYCHA's involvement in that, and or are they just given free rein to set up any type of security apparatus that they deem suitable for that particular development, or is there some standards that are set by NYCHA?
We review a general, I believe the real estate department reviews a general scope of work for the entire construction project, and that may include installation of security systems, layered access doors, as well as cameras. But other than that, I don't believe there's anything further.
Are there
I can
any
check with real estate and as to see if they have any further review of their security systems.
Are there any individual agreements made with NYCHA and the different management companies that are managing these RAD Pack converted developments?
In regards to cameras?
Correct, security. You said no?
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Banks. I will pass it to Councilmember Salam for second round of questions.
I just want to get some clarity. So it was mentioned that the cameras are located in common areas. I just wanted to know, could you be more specific about these common areas? The reason why I'm asking is an elevator considered a common area? I know you mentioned lobbies, mailbox location, is that considered a common area? Hallways on each floor?
So
What's the specifics about the
Sure,
common?
Councilmember, happy to provide some more detail. We did, the common areas that are covered by cameras are typically the lobbies, and that does include, depending on where the mailboxes are located, it does typically include the mailbox area. We do have cameras in our elevators, and then obviously external on grounds on the corner of buildings to cover the grounds. We do not have cameras in our hallways or in our stair halls.
So typically, but are there any other non-typical areas where cameras may be found?
In the few developments that have laundry facilities, maybe there'll be a camera in a laundry facility. So I can't list everything, but typically it's the lobbies and elevators.
No stairwells?
No, typically we don't have camera footage in our stair halls, unfortunately. It's an area that we've been asked to have more cameras in, but we don't have the capacity. If council members would like to fund additional cameras for our stair halls, we'd be happy to install them.
Can the NYPD remote pan, tilt, and or zoom in or out of the NYCHA cameras?
The NYCHA CCTV cameras, we do not have the ability to do that.
And about the PD, what about the PD cameras?
The Argus cameras that are outside, we do have the ability to do that. The ones that are the ones on the streets that you could see all over the city.
You mentioned that the sharing of the footage that you all receive has to go through legal. Is there any situation where the NYPD has to share information after it's gone through legal with ICE?
We do not engage in civil immigration enforcement. I do not know of any situation that fits this criteria, and I'd have to confer with legal on that.
And just finally, what are the NYPD's future goals with respect to expanding the number of cameras they can monitor in real time?
The goal is honestly to ensure fair outcomes for everyone by having this camera coverage throughout the city where we're able to quickly respond to and investigate crimes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Salam. I want to pass it to Chair Brewer.
Thank you very much. I know that in addition to what you've talked about the Big Apple Connect, there's also apparently a digital literacy program that's part of it. Is that something that is in effect?
Thank you, Councilmember. Chair Brewer. So as part of the renewal for Big Apple Connect, the 3-year renewal that the mayor announced yesterday, the 2 providers that we've engaged in contracts with have committed $1.2 million to support digital literacy training targeted to NYCHA residents. So it'll include a commitment to fund and support the Neighborhood Tech Help Program, which is administered by a number of the libraries, all the library systems across the city, provide digital navigators, help people get one-on-one tech support, as well as standing up a new website, a new portal, a digital literacy portal that will provide resources for NYCHA residents to get access to information, how to use Microsoft Office, how to use, be wary of cyber crimes, types of things like that. We'll also have live virtual training sessions monthly targeted to NYCHA residents, for NYCHA residents.
This will be for everyone, not just for those that are signed up?
100%. It'll be open to all NYCHA residents, yeah.
And is somebody supposed to know this? We're just supposed to know it from, are you going to tell elected officials, community boards, schools, somebody?
Absolutely. We're going to widely communicate it to everyone. Once the website, once the portal is up and running, it's being built currently. And the existence of the Neighborhood Tech Help program is already in place, and folks know about it, but we're going to do an expanded outreach to make sure residents know it's available to them.
So I'll check with my residents to see if they actually know about it?
Absolutely.
I'm sure they do. The other thing is, my understanding from the outreach proposal, up to 3 property cameras in the video service feed, allowing residents to self-monitor entry and exit cameras, which is what they really want, and watch board meetings on a dedicated channel. I assume board meetings of NYCHA. Are these live streams the same as those transmitted to NYPD?
I'm sorry, Councilman, I'm not familiar with what you're describing.
Thank you. Okay, so you don't know anything about that? About this with Altrice apparently did make that comment, no? Okay. And then the other thing is, I guess, in the new option, that 3-year that the mayor just announced, there is an Affordable Broadband Act that's now in effect, and that would allow internet available for people who receive benefits for $15 a month, and that the cost, I guess, originally for this contract was $24.94 units, $95 per unit. So I'm wondering if is there any contract term change in the new 3-year extension? And will it be the same in terms of the cost? And is it the same package as what was originally given to the residents in the first 3 years?
Yes, Councilman, the terms are largely the same in terms of the offering. So it's the high-speed internet, this time with increased speeds from 300 megabits per second download up to 500. As well as the cable TV portion. So the cable TV, the internet, the modem, router, cable box, remote control, all of that is included. It has well over $100 rate, typical rate that you would get on the market. The ABA program that you referenced, the state, requires certain ISPs to provide a low-cost service to...
The $15.
$15 for, I believe it's 25 megabits per second, so relatively slow, below the federal standard, or a $20 program offering, which is a little bit higher speed. But Big Apple Connect speeds and the components of it far exceed what ABA provides. But I should note, and I'm sorry to interrupt, we're aggressively promoting. We want folks to know that ABA is available to them outside of the NYCHA community. So we do resource fairs. We're engaged with the public engagement unit from the mayor's office to get the word out that ABA is a valuable resource.
Even though it's slower, but it's something, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Just generally, though, this may be a NYCHA question, and then I'll stop. The whole issue is great to have cameras for reasons that, as long as they're utilized correctly, and that's always a concern for all of us here. But the widespread opportunity for Wi-Fi is not there. And I'm just wondering for NYCHA, although this may not be directly related to the cameras, what are we doing to have more Wi-Fi, not just the ABA program, the state program, but generally, what are we doing for Wi-Fi for residents? Obviously, not everybody is signed up for Big Apple.
They are not, and we're very happy to report that it is an 82% enrollment, which is
Who would
fantastic.
turn down free internet and free TV,
So
for God's sake?
People do, Councilmember.
I don't think so. Everybody I know signed up for it.
Yeah, so a lot of people just decided they don't want it. A lot of folks have another provider.
They have
just
Fios.
choose. Yep.
They have Fios.
Yep, they choose to pay Fios, and that's certainly an option that's available to them as it is an optional program.
Okay, so you're saying that, but just generally Wi-Fi at NYCHA, what are you doing to enhance it?
Well, given this obviously very sizable commitment to Big Apple Connect and the fact that
Well, it's not everybody.
125,000 households have it, I do
You
feel...
have many more than 5,000 households at NYCHA, however.
I'm sorry?
You have many more than 5,000 households.
Yeah, to be clear, 125,000
Correct.
households compared to the, was it 150 or so that's eligible. Again, many of them have Verizon, so we feel confident that they are connected. And then some folks just choose, we have a table set up, we offer the program, we tell them everything about it, and they say no thank you.
But Wi-Fi generally, how are you discussing or offering that?
Do you mean like a common area Wi-Fi service?
Just generally, yes.
So-
Yes, common areas, route, whatever.
So every apartment is wired for connectivity, right?
Right.
Either through the Big Apple Connect source or just through a provider providing service. And we do work with the tenant association presidents to offer common area Wi-Fi if that's something that's of interest to them. So NYCHA we're very happy to report that NYCHA is well connected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brewer. I also just want to acknowledge Councilmember De La Rosa, who's joined us. Thank you. Okay, I am going to close out with my questions. So first, I want to ask to PD, and thank you so much for all of your responses. Can you share of the previously connected programs in the 38 developments that you mentioned? How is PD connected to those cameras? Is it through what?
So the previous integration was done through high-speed fiber connections. Those connections began in the 2010s and ended somewhere around 2020, where we were physically running fiber cable to these locations. It was pretty costly because the locations did not have the ability. There was not like internet service to that level to provide the access that we can now. So that's how those were accessed.
And how are you connected now?
We still have those connections for those.
It's still the fiber?
Yes, and now the new method of connecting that we're here today to discuss is to integrate the established housing CCTV cameras utilizing the Big Apple Connect program.
And that would be through their router, through the routers?
We get one
through
more.
the ISPs?
Yeah, one more modem and one more router at the location.
Okay. So it's not, it's what, is it Wi-Fi?
We have, we connect directly into the modem and then it comes back to us. The Wi-Fi would be locally at the location.
Okay, and have you had any instances, whether through the previous connection or very recently in this one development, any issues of the networks being hacked? What are the safeguards? Or if they didn't exist before or not necessary before, what are you doing now? I think obviously there's a lot more threats. Obviously we just learned of this threat that I think PD interceded a couple weeks ago. So what can you tell us about how you all are working together to improve those safeguards?
I understand your concern with that question, but in the case of the connection utilizing the Big Apple Connect program, we're just another person logging on, in essence. We're logging on to that network, so any network security questions regarding the building and the facility, I'd have to turn over to either OTI or the vendor at that point.
They're going to tell me it's the vendor? Okay. I think that's disappointing. I understand that, but I think it's disappointing that you're not, even if it is the vendor, we should be prepared to speak on that. I think that it is a concern of everybody about what the city is doing every step of the way. So I understand that it's not Big Apple Connect programs. I understand all of those distinctions, believe me. But I think at the end of the day, OTI is responsible. If there is, God forbid, some kind of cyber attack, on any of these cameras, whatever it is, residents are not going through the nuance of like, oh, I think this is Spectrum and I didn't read it in my agreement, and they're gonna go straight to the city. So you all have to be prepared. We all have to be prepared to respond to that. So is there anything that you can share with me right now about these safeguards? If you're looking to improve them, what were the existing safeguards? Is there anything you can share with me right now on record regarding that?
Unfortunately, not at this time, but I'm happy to look into it.
Can you get back to us on that? And if there's no intention right now to update it, improve it, that I need to know that as well. You can share that. Thank you. For PD, you mentioned before that you don't have access to biometric technology through accessing these cameras, but does PD have access to that after the fact? Like, is any of the footage cross-referenced with any of the databases, like the gang database, for example? I understand that in the live sense, you don't have access to, maybe facial recognition technology, but because you can have access to this data or this information for up to 21 days, do you know of instances where PD is utilizing their biometric technology on this footage to then cross-reference with other databases?
I don't. As part of criminal investigations, it would have to be part of an active criminal investigation. So they wouldn't just take somebody who's listed on the criminal group database and just check on them. It would have to be part of an active investigation. We don't like pull this data in. We don't like tag it, label it. There's no biometric system that we have that would do any of that.
Okay, so the scenario that you shared earlier about like getting a call and being able to in real time access that. Yeah. You're saying that there is no way to cross-reference it in that moment with someone who is on a gang database?
No, absolutely not. So it would be like logging into your Ring camera at home at that point.
I don't have a Ring camera, but I get what you're saying.
The idea would be just logging on live. There's no.
But it could be.
Could be.
It could be cross-referenced. Like
no, there's no live facial recognition tagging. There's no biometric tagging of the individuals included in the video.
But still shots of a live footage can be taken and cross-referenced.
So if as part of a criminal investigation, a still shot was taken, let's say somebody was fleeing or somebody was observed with a gun. So we have an active criminal investigation. Mm-hmm. So now a still shot was taken of that. Mm-hmm. Could that still shot with official department business be taken as part of the investigation and put through facial identification at that point? Yes, but it would be under considerable policy considerations under the rules and regulations that guide the facial identification procedures.
Okay, that's helpful. That's a direct answer, thank you. I have one question for NYCHA. You mentioned earlier that there is signage, and I've seen this signage around the NYCHA cameras just letting people know that they're being recorded. Do you know if the same signage exists for the PD cameras, and can you share with me if the wording of the signage says you're being recorded and can be accessed by PD?
We don't differentiate the PD cameras from our own camera systems, so it's all the same signage. The Viper rooms themselves, where the camera facilities are stored, are marked as NYPD Viper rooms, so residents are typically aware that those exist on their properties, but otherwise each individual camera, it's all the same signage.
They have the same signage, and in the wording of that signage?
All the same.
What does that wording do? Is it just as they're being recorded?
It's just this site has CCTV cameras in place.
That's it. There's no reference to like any NYCHA has. PD has access to it. Correct. Specifically. Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask for PD. Do you know if any place guards are in place to prevent suspicionless long-term monitoring of individual residents?
The safeguards in place would be our auditing process, that we have the ability to audit anybody. So if an allegation came in that an officer who had the permission level, which they first have that permission level to even access the cameras, was abusing it in any way, that allegation would be able to be investigated through an audit trail that's a digital audit trail. That is what the domain awareness system gives us the ability to do by having that be the access point for the majority of the officers. That have that permission access. So it would be investigated, because what you're describing is it's improper, right? And
yes,
we would investigate.
That's a fear, that's a concern.
Yes.
And I even, even the process to approve who gets access to it is also, I don't know how much of that you can share, but it is also concerning. It is concerning. I don't think just because the audit exists, I don't know how often this audit happens. I don't know if it's happening every single day of people specifically who have access to these cameras so that, you can assess how people are utilizing this technology. I'm not aware of how often this audit happens. I don't know if the only way the audit happens is if someone complains that there's a misuse of it, but the concern is that, and you can certainly understand that is like a rational fear that someone with permission is just watching somebody or watching or whatever it is because they can. So what can you share with me about this audit, and like what enforcement mechanisms do you have when someone who has access and permission is misusing their ability to access these cameras?
So the audit features are, we could look up a person and see what they've accessed across pretty much anything in our department systems. That's part of the investigation that would then go to internal affairs, where they would handle the results.
But it's only, an audit is only triggered when there is a complaint filed?
That's probably the primary way that, I just got to double check the procedures on exactly how often the audits are occurring within the command levels to see who's accessing the videos at what time. As part of the Viper program, I remember there was definitely a significant audit too, where you do playback of some of the videos to see what people are accessing.
Is there no concern right now? So I'm concerned that the audits are only being triggered by like issues that arise. Like, is there no concern? How are you all looking to improve this? I mean, a lot of what we're trying to advocate for and working with, and even with OTI, is trying to figure out how to prevent misuse, for example. So something like an audit, in my opinion, shouldn't just rely on, being triggered by someone who has suspicion that someone with access is misusing it. I mean, to be responsible, we're assessing this every single day. We're ensuring that whoever has access is doing it with a purpose, is not doing this senselessly, is not sharing it with people. It's concerning. What can you share about how the department is looking at improving these safeguards? So safeguards for residents and for your department.
So I'm going to take away everything. I completely agree.
Okay,
with you.
take it in.
And I'm going to take it with us and have a true, transparent discussion about what audits should be in place to ensure that there's trust across, that you trust that we're using it correctly and that we have a correct audit in place.
Thank you. I think a lot of what, and similar to I think what many of my co-chairs said is, yes, I represent 9 NYCHA developments. For decades, they want more cameras, right? But I think we have the responsibility to share with them that they're like, these cameras work a little differently now, that the relationship with PD and NYCHA and these like access to cameras is a little bit different now. And I think that they deserve to know that. That's the purpose of like what we're trying to get here today. And with that, for PD, there's also an elevated level of responsibility because this is different. This is the same technology, but it's a different use. It's a different level of access, and so I think there is an increased level of safeguards that we need to prioritize. Okay, my last questions are for OTI. I think Councilmember Brewer did ask a number of these, but I wanted to ask what happened at the end of 2028? What is the plan? What are you leaving for the next administration as far as this program and being able to continue to allow connectivity for NYCHA residents through Big Apple Connect?
Yeah, Chair Gutierrez, it's a fantastic question, and it's one of the reasons why we did prioritize the extension for NYCHA residents, given that this past week, I think, was the 3-year anniversary of Big Apple, and it's been as I've noted a couple of times, it's been a fantastic success. So we did want to lock it in. We wanted to give residents the assurance that it's not going anywhere. It's been something that's been vocalized by them to us. That's very important to make sure that they know that they're going to have that consistent connectivity. It was important for us to extend it through the end of a school year so that there's no disruption potentially if the program does change or shift.
It'll be through the end of,
of June of 2028. So it'll go through the school year of that year at least. I can only speak for myself. I hope this program is in place for quite a long time, and as long as I have any involvement in it, it's been the feedback we've gotten has been fantastic, and I guess we'll cross that bridge. But for now, it's been good for us. It's been good for residents, and we'd like to see it continue.
So what can you share? So, okay, excuse me, you've extended the contract through the end of June 2028, understood. Obviously, the city will continue to be on the hook for the price of this program. What can you tell me about NYPD's access after that? Let's say August of 2028, for whatever reason, there's no more funding for this program. What happens to these cameras? Who's responsible for maintaining these cameras in this situation? Is it still NYCHA? What can you tell me about what we're talking about right now in 2028?
Yeah, I can only speak for OTI's perspective. Given that NYPD is using just the connectivity portion, something that they were already doing through other means, just theoretically, if the program ended and there was no contract between OTI and the providers, I certainly don't want to speak for NYPD, but I would presume they'd find other means of connectivity.
Say that again, I'm so sorry.
They would probably find other means of connectivity, but I defer to my NYPD partners.
Okay. And I know I said I had no more questions for PD, but if you could just take this back, because I think that my colleagues have asked this, but I just wanted to get the specificity. I know you mentioned there's no real-time use of facial recognition. Can you also, when you take this back, if you can ask about gait recognition as well, also really important, and we're trying to legislate how we protect New Yorkers in their gait and how they walk, so if you could also include that, how they're looking to safeguard NYCHA residents in this specific instance. And if you can confirm if any of the instances where facial recognition can be used, if PD is including gait recognition. That's the question.
Okay, for that second part, absolutely. And for the first part, just for clarity, like, we are not running anything. There's no biometric AI running on top of this video to say, like, I just turned on a
I know,
camera.
you clarified it. You clarified it. I just want to make sure that if I can also include gait recognition in that piece.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. Does anyone?
Yeah, I just have
Okay, sorry, let me pass it to Chair Banks.
Thank you. Back in late August, the HUD launched a crackdown on illegal immigration in public housing, and the Trump administration had ordered a nationwide review of public housing in an effort to root out residents who are in the country illegally, according to I believe this was the Housing and Development Secretary Scott Turner. Turner wrote that each public housing authority had 30 days to conduct an audit to ensure that the existing orders were being enforced. The department also was asking for information about public housing units and verifiable citizenship or eligible immigration status. And I'm going to use that to frame my question as to how does NYCHA ensure that the NYPD is using the live feeds for legitimate purposes, and are the live feeds ever accessed by NYCHA or the NYPD for purposes of identifying minor lease infractions that do not rise to the level of a crime? Because I know earlier you mentioned that the cameras, the CCTV cameras, are all used to, I guess, identify if there's a violation of tenancy. So can you explain what is there? What's the purpose? Are they using it for that particular purpose? And is the camera footage ever used by NYCHA to enforce the trespass list or pursue termination of tenancy proceedings?
So an example of how we use the cameras on tenancy is if there is a unregistered pet, a pit bull, a dog in a unit, and there's an incident with the dog in the lobby, maybe the dog bites another tenant or pees on the floor, and that information is reported to us, we can look up the footage and call the resident down and hold them accountable as part of our lease enforcement.
It's only used for those violations?
Excuse me?
It's only used for those violations?
That's an example of a lease violation and how we use it for lease enforcement to help improve the quality of life for our residents.
Let me give you an example. For example, is it used to determine an unauthorized occupant who's entering an apartment?
Again, we don't have any cameras in our hallways to see apartments, so I couldn't tell you who's entering an apartment.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I also just want to acknowledge Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, who is at a hearing next door. She was with us. And I'm going to call up Councilmember De La Rosa and then Chair Brewer for questions.
Thank you, chairs, multiple. I wanted to ask a little bit about the contract with Cablevision and Altice. Altice may collect, use, and disclose detailed information, including specific third-party websites, traffic, app usage, browser used, browsing history, devices ID, and even television channels watched. That's according to the change order number 5, Exhibit 1. Does that practice align with the New York City's privacy protocols?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. Given the fact that the relationship between the provider and the customer is similar to what we have generally that exists, it's my understanding that it's likely consistent with what's offered essentially citywide to any person who has cable, but I would have to take a look into the extent to which that does or doesn't align with our privacy policies.
Okay. We were also informed that Altice may obtain additional information from publicly available sources such as research consultants, data service providers, and marketing firms like data brokers. From time to time, Altice may combine this information with information collected directly from users, which may include age, gender, and other demographic data. Is this information shared? And if so, with whom?
I would have to look into that for you.
And specifically, the council would like to know if this information is ever shared with law enforcement, and if it is, which law enforcement agencies, as well as if the data is retained, and the language suggests that it's potentially retained in perpetuity, so we'd like to know for how long.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that all back.
Not Gail? Councilmember? Okay, all right. We did it. I hope you can all stay. Thank you so much for your responses, and I look forward to all of the follow-ups. Excuse me. Now we're going to open this hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's hearing topics on use of surveillance in NYCHA developments. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. Our next panelists are Michael Gross, Alyssa Johnson, Laura Morath, David Moss. Thank you. Anybody can start when you are all settled in. Just make sure the mic is on.
Hi. Thank you so much. I'm David Moss on behalf of the Legal Defense Fund. In 2010, we were one of the organizations that filed Davis v. City of New York, the trespass enforcement case about NYCHA policing that was incorporated into the federal monitorship. And this year, we joined with partners to file a civil rights lawsuit challenging the NYPD gang database, which particularly harms the NYCHA community. We want to raise a few additional forms of surveillance that NYCHA residents face to give a more fulsome picture of the policing and monitoring that they endure every day. For one, NYCHA residents endure the constant physical presence of police. While the NYPD can't randomly enter and patrol private residential buildings, they can do this in NYCHA, subjecting residents there essentially to a second-class citizenship. In fact, Mayor Adams encourages these so-called vertical patrols, where officers treat the halls of NYCHA as beats to roam freely. Predictably, police in NYCHA engage in disparate enforcement against black residents, and they conduct high rates of unlawful stops. NYCHA residents are also acutely impacted by the NYPD gang database, which also sits within the domain awareness system. It's a list of 13,000 New Yorkers the NYPD identifies as gang affiliated, often based on little or no evidence. The NYPD has designated entire NYCHA complexes as gang locations. In fact, it's even listed some NYCHA buildings as gangs themselves. For example, these locations are listed as the names of criminal groups in the database. Neptune Ave from West 33rd to Bayview Ave. That's the Gravesend houses in Councilmember Brandon's district. 3661 and 3663 Nostrand Ave, which are parts of the Sheepshead Bay complex in Councilmember Narcisse's district. Bronx River houses in Councilmember Salamanca's district. Unity houses Blakeside and Unity houses Sutterside in Chair Banks's district. Dykeman houses in Councilmember De La Rosa's district, and Mariners Harbor Housing Complex in Councilmember Hanks's district. These are all listed as the names of criminal groups in the gang database. The database also relies heavily on social media surveillance, with police scanning young people's social media and adding them for simply posting pictures of themselves with friends in so-called gang locations like NYCHA buildings. Our lawsuit challenging the database tells the story of 3 people who grew up in NYCHA and who have endured constant police surveillance throughout their lives. They're regularly stopped, arrested for minor offenses like littering, detained for hours, and questioned about things in their community that they have nothing to do with. One plaintiff has been pulled over so many times that he just avoids driving altogether now. Another stopped bringing his young daughters to the Mariners Harbor playground because he doesn't want them to see him getting harassed by police. The NYCHA community deserves so much better. We urge the council to root out and stop the physical and digital surveillance that NYCHA residents and visitors endure daily, and we call on the council to pass Intro 798, which would abolish the gang database. Thank you.
Hi, I want to thank the committees and the chairs for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Laura Moraff. I'm a staff attorney at the Legal Aid Society's Digital Forensics Unit. And at Legal Aid, we believe that access to justice and freedom shouldn't depend on income or housing status. When living in public housing means having your movements recorded and potentially streamed directly to the police, our city has a major problem. There are more than 20,000 surveillance cameras operating on NYCHA properties. Some of these are NYPD's cameras in the NYPD systems, but more than 17,000 of these cameras are NYCHA's cameras and are part of NYCHA's own system. Until recently, NYPD personnel didn't have direct access to those cameras in the NYCHA system. And as you heard, if the NYPD wanted to access that footage, they would have to contact NYCHA and physically visit NYCHA's control rooms. Giving the NYPD direct real-time access to NYCHA's cameras and linking them to the domain awareness system, which aggregates and combines data from multiple different surveillance tools and databases, represents a serious threat to the privacy of NYCHA residents and their visitors. And we don't have all of the information about how the domain awareness system is being searched. You heard about audits from the previous panel, but we rarely, if ever, get audits in our criminal cases that would actually tell us whether our clients were being surveilled before there was probable cause for a crime. The type of suspicionless surveillance of NYCHA residents that we're talking about today is bad enough in and of itself, but the fact that this increased surveillance and collaboration between NYCHA and the NYPD was shoehorned into the Big Apple Connect program and deliberately withheld from the public makes it all the more appalling. Big Apple Connect was supposed to provide free internet access to NYCHA residents. Weaponizing the program to build out the NYPD's already extensive surveillance systems that the NYPD could directly monitor footage of our city's low-income residents was deceptive and unjust. The agency's persistent lack of candor around the surveillance leaves us needing real answers now. NYCHA residents, the City Council, and the public at large need to know how the NYPD is choosing which properties to connect to, which we haven't been able to get an answer to at this hearing today. We also need to know who was involved in the decision to connect NYCHA's cameras to the domain awareness system. We need to know which cameras are already connected, what's the one site that's already been connected, and what are the other 19 that they're targeting before the end of this year. We also need to know how the agencies will ensure that NYCHA residents are consulted about these changes in these types of changes in NYPD's and NYCHA's surveillance practices going forward. And how many cameras does the NYPD already have real-time access to in the city? And how many more are they aiming to connect to? What are those actual numbers? We also have many other questions highlighted in our written testimony and the other answers that the council members today have asked and haven't been able to, and that the agencies haven't been able to answer. We think it is of the utmost importance that the agencies be compelled to provide written answers to these questions and that the public get access to those answers as well. The NYPD must be prevented from conducting this type of real-time suspicionless surveillance of NYCHA neighborhoods, and now is the time to act. Thank you.
Good afternoon, chairs and committee members. My name is Alyssa Johnson. I'm a legal fellow with the Surveillance Technology Oversight Project, or STOP. STOP is a New York-based civil rights and anti-surveillance group that advocates and litigates against discriminatory surveillance. STOP strongly opposes the incorporation of NYCHA cameras into the NYPD's Domain Awareness System, or DAS. As committees assembled today have rightly noted, New Yorkers did not agree to trade their right to privacy for the promise of free internet. Without warning residents or the public, the NYPD has linked cameras and NYCHA developments into their DAS. These cameras allow the NYPD to access live camera feeds and search back through footage from up to 21 days prior. As council members have rightly pressed representatives of the NYPD and NYCHA today, the public does not have accurate or transparent assurances that live camera footage linked into DAS will not be used to violate our First and Fourth Amendment rights. We just have to take the NYPD at their word that NYCHA camera footage is used solely to investigate crimes and that the NYPD's audits are sufficient to deter misuse, which has historically not been the case. NYPD, NYCHA, and OTI insist that this is just business as usual. But in the years the Big Apple Connect has been in development, these agencies have failed to disclose and prevaricated about its surveillance component. Never in dozens of city council hearings, Q&As, press events, and publicly available documents did they mention that free Wi-Fi would come at the cost of 24/7 video surveillance. Meanwhile, OTI internal documents indicate that incorporation of these cameras into DAS has been in the works since 2022. Assimilation of these cameras into DAS expands the vast dragnet of surveillance that New Yorkers face going about their daily lives. The DAS surveils where we go, who we see, and whatever we do. This surveillance has a profound chilling effect on our fundamental right to free association and has a disproportionate effect on marginalized communities. Any NYPD officer can call up a DAS dossier on any New Yorker on their smartphone. Without a warrant, an officer can access a person's appearance, vehicle registration, social media accounts, 911 and 311 calls, social affiliations, and even DNA. NYPD can run snapshots of this surveillance video through facial recognition systems, putting NYCHA residents at risk of false facial recognition matches and wrongful accusations. DS searches also refer to NYPD's notoriously racist gang database, which can expose people of color to suspicion and police stops for reasons as innocuous as wearing the wrong clothes, staying out late, attending the Puerto Rican Day Parade, or posting a social media message like, "Happy birthday, gang." We applaud the steps that City Council members have already taken to halt the expansion of Big Apple Connect's video surveillance component and to demand transparency and accountability from OTI, NYCHA, and the NYPD. City Council must not allow the NYPD to surveil NYCHA residents in this way. But more broadly, New Yorkers will not be safe from omnipresent surveillance until DAS itself is dismantled. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Good afternoon, chairs and committee members. My name is Talia Kamran, and I'm an attorney in Brooklyn Defenders Services Seizure and Surveillance Defense Project. Brooklyn Defenders represents low-income New Yorkers in criminal court in Brooklyn and Queens, and also represents people in Brooklyn in family court and immigration proceedings, as well as offering a range of civil legal services. Most of the people that we represent are people of color who live in neighborhoods subject to some of the heaviest policing and surveillance in the city. Our clients and their communities are tracked by street cameras, ShotSpotter, license plate readers, predictive policing systems, and NYPD databases. And now, with this new plan to blanket NYCHA housing with police-controlled cameras tied to the Big Apple Connect Wi-Fi program, the city is expanding that constant surveillance into people's homes. The Post Act was passed to ensure that New Yorkers know how they're being watched. It requires the NYPD to publish an impact and use policy, or IUP, at least 90 days before deploying new surveillance technologies or expanding existing ones. It also requires a public hearing before implementation so that the people most affected can weigh in. Big Apple Connect is being used to support the surveillance abilities of the NYPD. Therefore, it is a new. Similarly, adding thousands of cameras from NYCHA buildings into the NYPD CCTV system is not business as usual. It is a major change in the use and scope of the NYPD's camera system, which itself also requires an addendum in their CCTV IUP per the Post Act. Yet none of this happened. There was no public notice, no pre-implementation hearing, and most importantly, no opportunity for the residents whose lives will be impacted to ask questions or raise concerns. And beyond the Post Act, this program cuts at the very core of the Fourth Amendment. All New Yorkers are already subject to the NYPD's Eye in the Sky, its citywide CCTV network that tracks people on sidewalks, in parks, and at intersections. But traditionally, that surveillance ends when you get to your front door. NYCHA residents will now lose even that respite. There is no longer any meaningful boundary between their private homes and the NYPD's gaze. The Constitution does not allow the government to place entire communities under round-the-clock suspicionless surveillance of their homes and daily movements. And it is fundamentally discriminatory to tell public housing residents that in order to access affordable housing and basic internet services, they must surrender their constitutional rights. Finally, this raises serious equal protection concerns. Over 500,000 New Yorkers live in NYCHA housing, and the majority of whom are Black and Latino. Singling out NYCHA residents for blanket surveillance means that people of color once again bear the heaviest burden of the NYPD's most invasive surveillance practices. The NYPD insists that surveillance placements are data-driven, but we know from Floyd versus City of New York that the department has a long and well-documented history of deliberately concentrating policing in Black and Latino neighborhoods. And when the NYPD now claims that cameras are being placed where data or crime occurs, we must ask what data and how is it produced? Decades of biased policing mean that the information the department collects overwhelmingly only reflects communities it has chosen to police most heavily, Black and brown communities. Data that is born of discrimination only reproduces discrimination. City Council must end the collaboration between NYPD and Big Apple Connect and provide NYCHA residents basic internet access without round-the-clock surveillance. NYCHA residents, like all New Yorkers, deserve the right of privacy within their own homes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michal Gross, and I am the supervising attorney of the youth law team at Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem. There I represent young people facing charges in family and in criminal court. I represent some of the NYCHA residents that the other members of this panel have already spoken about, but I'm going to focus my testimony specifically on children, teens, and young adults, since those are the NYCHA residents I mostly represent. We have seen the results of NYCHA surveillance and how it's abused by the police. We've seen the police following children around, documenting their interactions with their neighbors and with their family, and labeling those interactions as gang affiliation. We've seen this surveillance and its results used against our clients in court, used in asking judges to set higher bail, used in trying to keep cases in adult court for young people. The NYPD has subjected the surveilled youth to constant harassment when they're walking around the neighborhood. The situations that were discussed by the other panelists are things that I hear from my clients on a daily basis. They have no privacy and no safety within their own homes and within their own community. On the first panel, we had NYPD representatives speaking about how this surveillance is used to reconstruct events and used to solve crime, but that's not how we've seen it used. We've seen it used to follow people around, using the direct access that they have and using live camera footage, not footage after the fact. In court filings, police have admitted to surveilling youth via NYCHA video, watching who they spend time with, who their friends are, and even documenting how they spend time with their own family members. Documenting it so that they can use it against them one day if they ever come to court. One example that I've seen of how it's used against the youth, using this surveillance to label one of my clients as a gang member because of who he spent his time with, including his own family members. He was observed by NYPD, spying on him using live surveillance in NYCHA housing, and NYPD admitted to watching him over 50 times with these same individuals. This is a violation of his First Amendment right of association simply based on where he lives, a choice that a teenager doesn't get to make. And an important part of being a child, of being a teenager, is spending time with peers. And our clients shouldn't have to worry about the police surveilling them, surveilling children, and using it to build a dossier just because they live in NYCHA housing. At Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem, we understand how important community is, and we should be encouraging youth to develop positive relationships and healthy community, not criminalizing childhood friendships and childhood family relationships. We thank the City Council for this oversight and urge the Council to put a stop to this extreme policing, because NYCHA residents, especially the children who live in NYCHA housing, shouldn't have fewer rights just because of where they live.
Thank you so much. And I just want to apologize. I mispronounced your name, McCall, right?
That's
My
okay.
apologies. I just have two general questions for folks. I know that you had raised, and rightfully so, the line of questioning regarding audits. It seems like a very flimsy way of holding officers or PD accountable. To your knowledge, what do they need to be audited? Like, the response that we got from PD was like, well, if someone has suspicion, I guess, I don't know, like, can I request an audit? Is this something that internal? What do you know? I know it's intentionally very cagey, but do you know what they need for an audit?
Unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that. I think that, it's definitely something that if the NYPD is capable of just producing those audits for searches of the domain awareness system, that's certainly something that we should be getting in criminal discovery, and we are typically not. I don't know. And I think that's something else that we deserve to know, that our clients deserve to know.
Thank you. And then my question is for you, McCall, for the clients, many of who you referenced. What can you, I think for myself, I speak for myself, I have 9 developments, many of the TA leaders, of the residents, associate more cameras. They, of course, I don't think know with this particular program now that it's like in real time and that it was tied to this like program that the city is touting as like a huge victory. What is like the engagement or the conversations with NYCHA TA leaders while protecting your client's privacy, right? But like, what is the education that we could do to our NYCHA leaders, residents, a lot of my folks that are aging in place that just associate cameras with safety, police with safety. This is real. If they hear this, they're gonna be like, oh, I didn't approve of this. But like, what does that look like? What does that sound like to better equip them with this information?
I'd start off by saying that a lot of my clients, as teenagers growing up in NYCHA housing, a lot of them are living with older family members, grandparents, and so those aging NYCHA residents may very well be parenting teenagers. And if they heard that their child, their grandchild, their loved one was being followed by NYPD, not even a live in-person officer, but an officer who's following their whereabouts, they're walking to the store, back from the store, when they left for school, who they said hello to on the way, if they understood how deep the surveillance was, I think they would be alarmed. This isn't about safety. This isn't about NYPD watching footage that has already happened to see if they can identify someone who perpetrated a crime. Instead, it's NYPD proactively following around some children that they have decided these children are the ones that we're going to follow around. And so much of that has to do with the gang database in the first place. That's how they identify these children and choose to follow these children around. So I understand the concerns that the aging residents of NYCHA housing have about safety, but this isn't about safety. This is about identifying young people so that they can build up 50 times of following one youth around. And 50 times is when they saw this youth with another person that they had identified. I don't know how many other times they followed this youth around, how many months this went on for before they actually wrote this up. So if NYCHA residents understood the depths of this surveillance and how it is being used, not to prevent crime, not to investigate crime, but instead to label young people as gang members, as criminals before anything has happened, I think they would be as alarmed as we are.
And in the clients that you're representing, were there instances where PD, the personnel that had access to it were not the people that were described today, either a captain or a detective?
I only know from the sworn affidavits and testimony that we've been provided, so I don't actually know who had access and how it came up. All I know is that they have admitted to following young people around. So I don't have this is the first time I had heard that it's only supposed to be a captain. I don't know the rank of the individuals who were testifying or swearing that this is what they've actually observed and seen.
Thank you. Chair Brewer?
Yes, I think some of you mentioned the post-act. I didn't know, I feel like it's, we heard from the police department, they are following all post-act protocol. And I just didn't know if you're familiar with it and if you agree with that, or if you think there are other aspects to it that are not being followed as a result of this program.
Yes, I think, our office's position and the OIG's position is that the NYPD still has a substantial way to go to be in compliance with the Post Act. And I think when it comes specifically to their use of Big Apple Connect for the bandwidth to support their live stream CCTV, that should and could be considered a new surveillance technology that should have its own IUP under the Post Act. When Big Apple Connect Wi-Fi was, when NYPD gained access to that, that should have been something that had a hearing on it. I don't know who mentioned, the tracking of bodies using Wi-Fi, but that is something, the waves that Wi-Fi emit, you can track human movement using those waves. Xfinity, for example, is already providing this as an additional quote-unquote security service for Wi-Fi users. So, while they're saying, oh, we're just getting Wi-Fi access, this actually does have surveillance capabilities and should be covered by the Post Act, as should the major expansion of their CCTV system outside of the 37 DAS cameras. That should be considered either something that requires an addendum in the CCTV IUP or its very own new IUP.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will call the next panel up. We have Noel Hidalgo, or Noel, my apologies, Leila Law Hisilico, my apologies, and Roger Wareham.
Goodness, I'm surprised it's so cold in here. I guess this is how they keep everybody awake. Yeah, exactly. My name's Noel Hidalgo, Executive Director of Beta NYC. I have written some comments, printed them out. They're also posted to our website at beta.nyc. To summarize them, since 2013, we have been advocating for 4 freedoms of the 21st century: the freedom to connect, the freedom to learn, the freedom to innovate, and the freedom to collaborate. Freedom to connect is fundamentally the idea that we need universal high-speed broadband. It is a prerequisite for full participation, economic growth, job creation, educational opportunities, public safety, digital government services, and for the access of affordable health care. It is an absolute disservice to be putting NYPD surveillance on top of Big Apple Connect. It actually ruins our ability to go out and advocate for the freedom to connect. It violates the whole notion of that we're able to live in a 21st century and connect people to the internet. We want full transparency about where all of these developments are affected and what data is being collected or shared. The council member who brought up the data use provisions within inside of the internet connectivity is actually one of the other scary things. OTI is essentially walking away and saying, well, we don't know what type of commercial surveillance is happening, but we do know that there is a significant amount of commercial surveillance that's then being turned around and repurposed to data brokers. And so the other great comment that was made by the panel beforehand is that the Wi-Fi signals can be measured and they can track what the presence of individuals. Philips Hue just launched a new product this past, either this month or last month, where they will be able to measure millimeter wave discrepancies to understand how many people are in a room based upon a smart light bulb. All of these things that we're engaged in our 21st century society have some element of surveillance. All of those things that, as they get introduced into our public sphere, need to have some level of accountability. We need to understand exactly what are the impact assessments that are, and make sure that those impact assessments are co-designed with residents, privacy advocates, and technologists. Lastly, we really need to have clear guardrails and oversight. I am absolutely flabbergasted that the NYPD can be sitting in this exact same chair and then say that, no, there isn't any type of biometric information that's being used. We know exactly how those files, and we've seen images being leaked to the press. We know that this type of information can easily be used in yes, the course of justice or however it was defined, but we really need to make sure that there are independent audits. And I want to end very quickly on audits. It is unbelievable as a technologist that the NYPD isn't running internal audits and listing of what are the officers and how long officers are logged into these different systems, and how their internal investigations or the CCRB is getting lists of who has access to this domain awareness system. If I was the CTO and I came to present to you how my greatest surveillance technology is being used across the city, I would be able to tell you who are the top 10, who are the top 50 officers. This NYPD should be able to produce audits for you at a moment's notice, and it is appalling that they weren't able to do that. Everything else is in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Leila Logiziko. I am a Democratic District Leader representing Chelsea in Manhattan, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this issue. I oppose the installation and expansion of video camera surveillance in NYCHA. It is wrong to normalize mass monitoring of low-income residents who have done nothing to merit suspicion. Cameras don't address the root cause of harm, and they chill daily life. They invite profiling and too often become tools for the punishment rather than safety. But what I want to address today is that it is also a structural risk. As NYCHA buildings are privatized under Rat Pact or the Trust, the camera portfolio, hardware footage, and data pipes may move into private managed properties with weaker public transparency and accountability. What begins as public safety infrastructure can become private surveillance with different retention policies, opaque data sharing with third parties, and less community control. Residents would lose FOIL access or may lose FOIL access and democratic oversight while facing greater exposure to misuse, leaks, and analytics creeps. Once again, once the buildings are being privatized, it is unclear how the surveillance data would transition. Not that it is right in Section 9 buildings, but it really, poses a great risk as these buildings are being privatized. Safety in public housing should be built with people and not pointed at them and invest. So, I will leave it at that. But this is really a great addition. And I totally echo what previous panelists have said, and they're the experts on this issue. I'm not, but I wanted to really point to this body that there's also an additional layer with the privatization of public housing and how this surveillance may be used. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Roger Wareham, and I'm a staff attorney at the Center for Law and Social Justice of Medgar Evers College, which 40 years ago, next year will be it was established as a community-based legal organization to address racial justice issues. Most of what I'm going to say is in the written testimony, so I'm just going to touch on a couple of points that I think are important. One is this: I think that the PD sort of skirted on the question of the NYPD's the dome awareness system that Councilmember Brewer talked about, and the integration of the information that they're going to be taking from NYCHA into that. And I think this whole hearing has to be looked at in the history of the NYPD. I think that's a concern in terms of the history of constitutional abuse of Black and Latino communities by the NYPD, and they have a long and disreputable record in that report, in that respect. The Center for Law and Social Justice, even when it began in 1988, set up, there were so many abuses, they set up a citywide police surveillance hotline so people could report what was happening. The committee may be familiar with the 1985 Handshoe federal agreement that put that was designed to prevent illegal police surveillance of political activity. And while it is still in effect, the decree has done little to stop the NYPD from continuing to violate the rights of Blacks, Latinos, and Muslims. Then there's the Floyd v. City of New York, which was the federal consent decree settlement that was supposed to stop the stop and frisk campaign that historically we know how that affected hundreds of thousands of blacks and Latinos. So I just want to deal with a couple of questions that, some of which were raised earlier today, but I think the committee needs to get answers to. One, why was the Big Apple Connect video program implemented in secrecy? How long will the NYPD keep footage that it collects? And I think they began to answer that. What will it be used for? Will it be redirected towards other programs? Will civilians have access to it? For example, in lawsuits against the PD, will they have access to that? Who is monitoring this process and who should be monitoring it? In which NYCHA developments, and I think people ask where are they and why were they chosen? And then I think the question that was raised, I think in terms of the Domain Assistance Awareness Program is, it was developed as a counterterrorism mechanism, and the New York City is part of the Joint Terrorist Task Force. So there's the question of how will that information, it won't be walled off as they are maintaining. I think the NYPD's history, they do not have the benefit of the doubt in terms of trust us. And I think that's the attitude that needs to be taken in terms of looking at what their assurances are, and until they can answer those questions and provide the data that the committee is asking for, the Big Apple program should be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, the next panel up is, we have Arthur Chang, Barbara Manu, Beverly Ann Blonmanville, Christopher Leon Johnson, and I just want to again reiterate that this is a formal government proceeding, and we just want to make sure that all the testimony is in response to the topic and content of today's hearing. Thank you.
Let me go for it. Art has left. Art left.
Okay, thank you. I still have to call him up though. That's what, thank you.
Hello, thank you so much. My name is Michelle Ann Blonmanville. I'm a health and fitness educator for 40 years, former adjunct lecturer at New York University, and trainer at American Red Cross, among other health facilities in the city. Thank you so much for listening to us, and I'm speaking on everyday people who are Havana syndrome or anomalous health incident victims who have gone from stalking and harassment to biometric surveillance. With growing awareness of the benefits afforded to our diplomat counterparts, we are hoping that everyday citizens will get the same benefits and will be acknowledged in the emergency medical system and different the 911 system in different agencies throughout the city. Every day, people, Havana syndrome victims, are diagnosed with as public citizens who have been unlawfully experimented on and who have endured targeting in various nefarious manners. These nefarious crimes include, but are not limited to, organized stalking, smear campaigns, noise harassment in our neighborhoods, electronic assault from directed energy weapons, and non-consensual human experimentation with different modes of technology, including B2K, blue eye technology, and AI. They are put on illegal lists unknowingly that are distributed to various agencies for experimentation, for vindictive reasons, technological research, political harassment, such as to whistleblowers, activists, and their families. No one should have to go through their brain being put on a computer or an AI program. We are assaulted 24 hours a day randomly for compliance and are remote neuromonitored. We would like our rights and laws to be put to use, like California law SB 1223, and the California law 24-1058, protecting our brain data collected by devices, and we would like to also repeal the Patriot Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, Chairs Banks, Chairs Salam, Chair Gutierrez, and Chair Gail Brewer. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. I'm showing some support for the cameras. I believe that we need more cameras in the NYCHA developments, but at the same time, we have to call for the abolition of ShotSpotter, because ShotSpotter, I believe that it does way more damage to the certain areas than it helps. There's many times that the recordings of those so-called shootings are mainly pops, and all it does is it delays time from the NYPD. When it comes to that, I want to call on the City Council to really help out Chair Banks with protecting security guards, because he's one of the main people that helped introduce a bill to really protect the guards in NYCHA, right? And the City Council, when I'm hoping that they support Chris Banks in this effort. I know they allocated millions of dollars into the City Council, from the City Council to the unions to help out security guards with the pay, but they need to really make it more safe for the people, the guards to actually work, like bulletproof vests and tasers and bear mace. You can have cameras all you want, and like I said, I'm not against take away cameras because we need them. Rest in peace to PJ Abito. I know Chris Banks was there for that. Rest in peace to PJ Abito. I think people need to dedicate something on behalf of him, adding more cameras. I hope you do, Mr. Banks, introduce another bill in honor of him. And but you can have all the cameras you want, but if the guards don't feel safe, and to be honest with you, the guards are the first in defense, the first in line defense of the tenants. It does no justice, it does no service at all for anybody to live there, and for the guards. And I hope that Director BJ, Izzy Melendez, who is so hell bent on protecting the deliveristas more than the guards, what he needs to start doing as vice president of Director BJ for the security division is to really come to more to the City Council hearings like this and advocate on behalf of the guards instead of just advocating on behalf of deliveristas. And like I said, I'm not against deliveristas safety, but I'm really for making sure that I used to be a security guard, that guards like myself and like many others be protected on the job, because this City Council has fallen short in making sure that the guards are protected on the job. I understand y'all introduced a bill recently on behalf of Alan Etienne, but where is the aspect in the bill to where that these guards are able to get body armor, bulletproof vest, and be able to be protected on the job, especially from NYCHA tenants? So that's all I gotta say. Thank you for having this hearing, and like I said, I'm for the cameras, but we got to protect our guards too. Protect the 33J guards, because they are on the first line of defense of this stuff. So with no cameras, don't mean anything. But thank you so much. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now turn our witnesses joining us via Zoom. Clayton Banks.
My name is Beverly Blondmanville.
No.
I have been in the banking business.
No, I'm sorry. We already, who testified for you?
I testified, but we were both.
No, but only one person signed up.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Do you have written testimony? Can you give me a second? Let me just do the Zoom and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, I apologize. Clayton Banks via Zoom.
You may begin.
All right, thank you very much. And good afternoon to all the council members. I appreciate it. I just wanted to quickly say that thank you for the opportunity to speak. Obviously, I want to talk about something simple but powerful. Internet for all. We've been talking about it all day in a lot of ways, but internet for all, for real. So I'm still on that. I was thinking, I just recently got back to America from Africa. I was 35,000 feet on a plane, and I was on internet. But you can't get NYCHA buildings, get in their living room. Something's wrong here. We got to get this right. So I believe internet is a utility, right? So these are all things we've been talking about for several years, at least 10 years for me. And we are struggling on this. We got to move this. We really got to move this. Very important. Because I work with a lot of kids, They're dealing with their homework difficulty. Seniors can't reach their doctors. I mean, telehealth and even just workers, they can't apply for a lot of jobs. So I'm really focused on making sure that we're looking at this to be much more, if you will, internet master plan. In a lot of ways, the Connect program is a step in the right direction. Obviously, in a lot of ways, we've been talking about this. But let's be clear. I mean, really, pilots and patches won't cut it. We need a real, permanent, sustainable, citywide solution. There's a lot of places that have become better than New York, and I know that's something everybody hates to hear. Chattanooga, better. By the way, my father grew up in Chattanooga, and it was crappy back in his day. Now they got network everywhere. San Francisco, wired up public housing. Minneapolis, digital inclusion fund. Toronto even, all types of poles and rooftops and fiber. We gotta get ourselves together. Philadelphia too, I could go on and on and on, so I'm gonna try to wrap it up here, but here's what that means for NYC and in what we talked about today already about NYCHA. There's a lot of that, and I love hearing about it. I am the kind of guy that walks around NYCHA all the time. I go through those places, I meet a lot of those people, I talk to those people, and guess what? There's more cameras than there's access. I mean, that's something wrong here. We gotta really fix this. So, high-speed internet, obviously, it should be in every NYCHA unit. We should have really a digital equity fund for whatever reason, and I hope you guys think about that. I think the city's assets to bring costs down and speed deployment up. Prioritize students, seniors, and families who need it most. Keep residents at the table, design with them, not just for them. The bottom line is this. Every New Yorker, whether they live in Midtown or a NYCHA development, deserves equal access to opportunity. And it's today's world. Opportunity.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Broadband connection. And so finally, just will say, let's not be the city that can light up Times Square, but leaves NYCHA residents in the digital dark. Let's be the city that proves internet for all isn't just a slogan. Hello, it's a standard.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. We're gonna go to our last in-person panel. Michelle Blondinville. Okay, you're Beverly. Okay, and Michelle, you were the first person that testified. Okay.
I'm here to bring attention to the fact that many people are being experimented on secretly, and this is inhumane and painful. We're being experimented on with various technologies, with remote technology, and we are at the mercy of whoever has access to our biometrics. All of this is being done without our consent or knowledge. We do not even know why this is happening. Who is behind all of this? Who's controlling this? Who do we go to for assistance, for help? The medical field can't help us because they have no knowledge of what is being done. So we are asking for advocacy to protect our rights. It is inhumane and painful and should not happen. Not in America. It should not happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is the time? If we have inadvertently missed anyone who has registered to testify today and has yet to have been called, please use the Zoom hand function and you'll be called in the order that your hand has been raised. I can't see anything. Thank you everyone for your testimonies today. Thank you to my co-chairs. Thank you, Councilmember Banks, for sticking it out. This hearing is adjourned.